And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day here, the second day of Maestros. So the game, the preliminary stage, day number 2. I'm of course Showside VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the Boon Chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the round of 24. We of course were live yesterday with day number 1, with initial rounds, with the initial 4 qualifying matches. Now we have another 4 ready for you. Here we go. As we have 4 matches here for tonight's broadcast, as you can see on my right-hand side, we do have SHIN versus Creator to start the evening off. We do have Hero Marine versus Trigger, Bunny versus Skillless, and Lambo versus Astrea. Let's go. We have 4 series back to back, and we have our first best of 5 ready. Again, these are all going to be best of 5s, not best of 3s, and the winner of these matches will advance on to the group stage. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Again, you can get a link to the Wikipedia page. We covered day 1 yesterday, and now we're jumping into day number 2. And the videos are done, and we are getting to our first game of the broadcast. We're jumping into Pylon. Here we go. There's a lot to get into. Vamonos, papi, vamonos. Papi, ga. Also, shout out to all those in the chat as well. I do see 007. I see MJG. Easy Phil as well. Kupo as well. Bienvenidos. I stand. So jumping into our series this morning, in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is a SHIN. Here we go, as our best of 5 is upon us. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. Oh my god. And we have our players. Let's go. We have SHIN and Creator. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. As we're jumping into our initial best of 5, so far so good. We have our standard openers here, as we do have SHIN forsake the unnatural natural. But welcome one and all to Pylon. Pylon is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Shield resistance by ground. Aggression is favored here as we load into Pylon, and we'll see how aggressive our players are going to be. SHIN, known for being hyper aggressive, especially in the mid game off of a 3-base economy. We'll see if Creator can keep up. Creator, he is willing to cheese it up as well. We have seen Creator time and time again going to Glaive Adepts, for example, go and mix in Twilight Council openers into his series. So we do expect to see Creator mix things up a little bit here, and at some point play standard, at other points be more aggressive and more assertive as well. So we'll keep an eye on both players. Again, both Creator and SHIN, they are both good friends, of course, as many of the players are, and very well versed with each other as well. So we'll see. We'll see how they do compare. Meanwhile, shout out to Bomioja in the chat. Bomioja has a green screen, doesn't use it. It's fine. SHIN. True. I could activate SHIN's green screen, but it would only work with half of his screen because he's not covering himself. Like, you can see, it looks like he's moved his green screen to the side, so it's not covering like his entire background. So I can't. It'll just be awkward. I can't help him out too much, man. Yeah. He's gonna be half in space. Only half. For now though, we spoke about Twilight Council openers from Creator. We have a Robo opener, a rare sight in this matchup. Now this could be one of two things. We have seen a lot of, in the past there used to be this more defensive build where you go Robo into a faster Bay into Colossus production with early Immortal production as well. But in current meta, especially on Pylon, I wouldn't be opposed, or I wouldn't be surprised if we started Immortal production early, get into Sentries, and go for an early move out and early push instead. So our eyes on Creator. Also, what this could be is Robo into Twilight Council, into Temple Archives, into Archon drop. But I believe by then we would already see a Twilight, or by now we'd already see a Twilight Council alongside this. So show us what you got. Prism is on the way. Gonna be moving out. Extra gateways as well. Let's go. Again, we're on a very low gas count, so I believe this should be with slow lots. I believe this should be a slow lots move out here from the side of Creator. This is not the execution of slow lots that I'm used to, though. We're going to have some sentries or force fields as well, and we'll see if Creator can catch Shin with his pants down. So far, Shin, he's not aware. The Overlords are outside of the natural, they're outside of the main base. He has not gone in for a scout, not yet. He doesn't know. As Shin, he will spot the initial prism. And we have confirmation 2 base all in. We are going up to 6 gateways. So 2 base 6 gate all in. Again, it should be with slow lots. Sentries are getting caught out, taking a bit of hull damage. He wants that Overlord. He wants it. I mean, he denies the scout. Already seeing these sentries in the War Prism is a tell, though. Of course, now Shin knows. He knows that it is a robo-based opener. He's worried the sentries. Back at home, we need roaches. We need lings, roaches. He's setting up defensively back at home. Gases are being taken. The all-in hasn't spotted, and here we go. Again, if you haven't been, especially if you didn't watch during the COVID era of StarCraft when this build was a little bit more prominent here, might not be too familiar, but slow lots, they're terrifying. Especially this early on. You don't need charge, pappy. You don't need it. It's fine. Queens are building up. We have a spore in position. I love it to zone away the War Prism. The slow lots have arrived. Nice transfuse saves the Overlord. Alright, pushing forward. Lings are coming for a surround. Shows those force fields. And so far, we're holding on to them. The Zealots are getting on the Queens so far. Nice transfuse. The Queens are not going down. And Lings, they come in for a surround. The Zealots are holding their own. The Spore's moving in. He wants that Prism. He does want the Prism. The Zealots are slowly falling here. We're getting ourselves some of the Queens. The Prism does pull away. Does pull away in time. Queens are falling. And now there's only roaches. Yeah, all the Queens have gone down. Looks like Creator, he has done it. He has broken through. Catches all the roaches. Brutal move command. The roaches get caught. And the slow lots, they pop up. As we mentioned, you don't need charge, pappy. GG gets caught. And Creator, he does pop off. He takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. This only looks kind of us. That's why I mentioned before, if you weren't here during the COVID era of StarCraft, there was an era in time where this build was very popular and very prominent for good reason. As we mentioned, like when you're going for an all-in like this, you don't need charge. Zealots, they do engage regardless. They're able to get on top of the army. It hits real fast and real quick. I did like Shin's concave. I did appreciate that he brought the spore forward as well. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a messy defense. He was trying to go for the Prism. Prism barely got away. Likewise, those Zealots, you cannot underestimate them. Shin, he wasn't kiting against the Zealots. He was just going straight for the dive, straight for a head-on engagement instead, and did not work out for Shin in the end. He was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, we do have Shin Creator taking lead in the series, but we don't expect to see this again. I should also emphasize that this build hits different on Pylon. We were talking about the rush distance by ground, and Pylon has the shortest rush distance by ground, so it hits harder on Pylon than it does on like Tokamak or Maganatha or Incorporeal, so this is also very map dependent as well. Well, let's go. Let's go as we're jumping into our next game and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. Twilight Aurora openers, clearly not feeling the Stargate. As I mentioned at the start of the series, we do expect Creator to mix things up. He has been going for a lot of Twilight Council openers, that is true, but that by no means means that he doesn't or he can't play standard or macro. He can. Like, we do often see Stargate openers, or we could even see Stargate into a delayed Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, but we do expect a lot of variance out of Creator, more so than some of the other Protoss players out there. I think an example of that is Showtime. Showtime, we casted him last night in a PvZ, and he did open up the same every game. it was Stargate into a third base into +1 Blink Stalker every single game. You know, there are some players that are a little bit more fond of that kind of style of opening up standard. There are others that do like to mix it up. And Creator is one to mix it up. For now, we do have our standard openers. Natural gas pool out of Shin. This time he's not forced to expand elsewhere. Yes, don't underestimate the power of the slow lot, man. The slow lot. Maybe the green screen is a part of another green screen. True, true. Let's go. Some people do that, right? Like they like screenshot their room, their background. No. SHIN. So now we're still waiting for our initial tech of choice from the side of creator. We have link speed on the way. Shin pulls out of gas, so nothing crazy here. Shin just gonna be working towards his third expansion. So again, everything's looking normal from Shin. He's looking normal, and there it is, a Twilight Council opener out of creator. Now we'll keep an eye on the gases. We'll see if he pulls out of gas and goes into Glaive Adepts, or if he stays in gas and goes into a Dark Shrine build instead. Both are viable, both are options, bearing in mind that another one of these two openers is all in by any means. There would be an aggressive style to get into the mid game to get into a third base economy. Have that robo follow up. So far we're staying in gas, so higher chances is going to be Dark Templar. Yeah, it should be a Dark Shrine, but we'll keep an eye on creator. Yep, there you go, Dark Shrine's on the way. As we were emphasizing, a sign that's going to be Glaive Adepts is if you pull out of gas. If you pull one worker out of gas for each gas geyser, then it's more indicative of Glaives. Because you stayed in. Did scream DTs. And again, this is just an opener. With this, we can't get across the map, but we can gain map control. If there are spores in time, then DTs will be forced to morph into Archons, and then you can deny vision, deny scouting, and expand and get your third base up and running. As we have a 4-gate setup. So far, so good. Now, I really do like this opener because, one, it looks pretty similar. We're about to reveal a War Prism, and Shin is going to be second-guessing himself. Like, it's a really good way to play with the series because of what just happened in Game 1. Ideally, you want to try to make it look like you're going for the same build and try to force an overreaction out of Shin. As Shin, he's already getting a safety Roach Warren. Again, this will throw down around 350, 340. Prism gets spotted. Spores are on the way. We have a safety Spore here at the third. And a safety Spore at the natural as well. So far so good. Detection is going to be available. Shin, he's cutting workers a little bit early just to be secure, cutting workers at 40. Massing up Zerglings, layers on the way. Shin, he is delaying his Roach production. And now he confirms. Yeah, he's aware, he confirms, DTs move in. Lings are completely out of position. Ooh. No links to defend. They can fight. Oh, never mind. They could have tried to get on top of the Queens. Despite that, Lings, they hit the third base. Nice counterattack in the end. It does force a cancel. And the DTs don't punish. The Dark Templar, they do not punish the third base. Can trade against the Lings, but overall, this is a better start for Shin. As remember, creator, he was trying to expand. This was not meant to be a 2-base all-in, but now he's stuck on 2 bases. Now he's that much more committed. You see Shin, he rotates, he checks for a third. Creator forced to go for a delayed expansion, very late. And now the question becomes, is Creator going to throw down a bunch of gateways and commit on 2 bases, or is he going to saturate his third? It's also on Shin to determine what's going on. Behind this, Roaches are amassing. Roach speed is on the way. Shin, he is not joining up yet. There we go. Now making a handful of workers. So delayed droning, but he is droning. So he's droning on up, saturating his third base. Likewise, Creator's also making probes. So we're now getting into the mid game. But again, this opener was lackluster. This entire time, ideally, Creator would have already been out on the map with these Archons, hunting down Overlords, denying creep, containing creep, and threatening mineral lines. But Creator has been stuck at home until now. So a much better start for Shin. Behind this, going for the Spire. Now, the reason why Spire and Mutaplay is really common and really standard as a response to DTs is because there's no blink. right? There's no blink stalkers. It doesn't really line up with this opener, with a DT opener specifically. So charge on the way, Archons are on the way. There's going to be a window in time here where Creator can try to break through Shin and punish him for going mutas. If he doesn't, the mutas, they can just wreak havoc and reign supreme. Things against up the Archon. They will get a kill. Nice pickup. Very nice. Remember, the anti-air for Creator is going to be Archons and a handful of vanilla stalkers. Remember, there's no Stargate either because it was a Twilight Council opener. So there's no Stargate, which means there's no Phoenix production either. So again, this is all why Muta play is more common here. Creator, he knows this as well. Like, he knows that there's a higher chance that Spire is going to be on the way. He has not confirmed yet, unfortunately. He has yet to really dip in. The other scary thing about this is that even though Spire play is common here, there are other options. Swarm Hosts are also a viable option in this position as well. It's on Creator to figure out what exactly is going on. He's pushing. I do like this. Regardless of what's happening, he is pushing out. And his goal here is to try to punish his opponent, to try to punish Shin. Checking his vision, he still didn't quite confirm the tech of choice. Creator, he pulls away. He does have 5 gateways in production. No 4th expansion. So he's going for a gateway explosion. We have a handful of mutas on the way. Only 5. I do like this here for Shin. Only 5 mutas. That is enough to one-shot workers. Station Scout is denied. But it's not an overcommitment. He's instead focusing on his ground army. So Shin, he knows that Creator has a pretty threatening ground force here. And if Shin did go mass muta, then we'd probably force a base trade. There'd probably be a base trade, and Shin would not be able to stop that ground army. As mutas, they get into the main. They force a recall. You see Shin, he's ready for a push, but there isn't one coming. Creator is chasing the mutas. Shin is maxed out. Shin, he'll soon push. He's just waiting for his upgrades. They're bailing speed on the way. Once it kicks in, then it's go time. Shin, he should be pushing. Again, Creator, he still has no 4th. He's turtling up. He's getting more cannons, more shield batteries. Muta's still distracting in the main. Now, Shin, he needs to start trading soon. The problem here is that Shin, his army isn't really getting any better. He has +1 on the way, but Shin, he needs to start trading soon. Otherwise, I mean, here comes Creator. Here comes Creator. He's moving out. Ideally, Shin, he wants to engage earlier so then he can rebuild and remax whatever he loses. And here comes the dive. Nice force fields. Very nice force fields. Baileys, they do make it in, though. Get towards the left, they make it in. They connect with mainly Immortal. Immortals, they do survive. That's going to be 1, 2, almost 3 Immortals going down, but the Archons, they push through. That's a low Immortal count, though. Down to 2 Immortals. And with that, Shin, he backs off, and Shin, he remaxes with 37 roaches. As we mentioned, this is kind of Shin's strength. He won't win the initial fight, but he can just remax, rebuild, and go for a second engagement. And Creator, he doesn't have enough. Does not have enough. Miles is going away. There's 1 Immortal remaining against mass roaches. 1 Immortal is not going to be enough. It's not good enough. The Immortal is going to go down. And Shin, he breaks through. He busts on through. Again, Creator, ideally he was hoping that maybe Shin would have made more mutas, but it was only 5. GG gets called, and Shin, he takes game number 2, and we have a back and forth. GG. GG, well played. We do have that back and forth as we are now getting into our 3rd game. Again, Creator just had a really rough start. Winding it back, as a reminder, when it came to the DT opener, he lost the 3rd. Remember, he lost the 3rd base. He was forced to cancel, so he had to race all the way back home. It meant that he couldn't harass with his Archons anymore. It was just a really rough start for Creator, and he lost map control very quickly. Wilson very, very quickly. Shin was looking a lot more comfortable, and with that, Shin, he was able to get comfortable, able to saturate his third base, get his fourth base, take into mutas, and just maintain control from there. GG. GG, well played, and now we have that back and forth. Now we're getting into game number 3. Game 3 is going to be on Ultra Love. You can see here the map order ahead of us. We have Pylon, Incorporeal, Ultra Love, Tokamak, and Makanatha for that final game. Oh boy. Have our beaters. Exclamation mark rabbit camp. Soon TM, papi. Soon TM. No. One day. Here we go. To be lit again. And we'll see how players do adjust their builds this time. As again, our Protoss player here has been quite spicy throughout the course of this series, and here we go, coming into game 3, we have our South Green Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can gain momentum and take a lead. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. Este SHIN. Feels green screen, man. It's fine. As we are going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool, and our eyes are going to be on Creator here. Game 1, he went for a rover-based opener. Game 2, he went Twilight Council. Game 3, what is it going to be? Now, welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love, similarly to Pylon, has a short rush distance by ground. We do see a lot of all-ins on Ultra Love, especially historically. We've seen so many German taxis on Ultra Love, for example, as well. German taxis that have kind of fallen out of favor and fallen out of the meta, so that's going to be in the back of my mind, but not at the forefront. We'll see if Creator does open up Glaive Eps, which we haven't seen yet. Not in this series. We'll see how he makes use of the map. See how he does. Meanwhile, the problem with going for these aggressive builds consecutively here is that SHIN, he's on notice. Last game, we did take note that he had early Ro24, he had early spores, like he was already in the mindset of being very safe early on here. So this is where I would want to see Creator go Stargate and try to mix things up a little bit and preserve and save some of those Twilight Council builds for later in the series. Remember, it's a best of 5. It's a longer series, a longer back and forth. We don't want to, get too excited too quickly. Cybercore is on the way. SHIN should soon be taking his third base. Repping his own portrait, I think SHIN that is. SHIN, I believe he's repping Dark. I believe he has a Dark portrait, if I'm not mistaken. SHIN has been repping Dark ever since he retired. Much love to SHIN. Much love to Dark. So now we do have our Stargate. So standard open out of Creator. And again, I do like this. I do like this after, having a little fun in the first 2 games with calming things down, opening it with a Stargate. As a reminder as well, just because it's a Stargate opener doesn't mean it's going to be a standard game. You can still go Stargate into a third base, into an early Twilight Council, into Glaive Eps. That is still viable. That is still an option here. So Creator still has options. See that does threaten the shade. Keeping tabs on SHIN. Shin is getting safety spores. That is a very early spore at in the main base. So Oracle does move out. Second spore at the natural. Oracle is spotted. And Shin is getting ready. Getting in position. Oh! Nice snipe on the tumors. And the creator expands. And now we're waiting for the Twilight Council timing. Waiting to see how early it gets thrown down, or how late. Meanwhile, early Evo Chamber out of Shin. Because it's so early, we're expecting +1 melee. Into a Ling Hydra base composition. Oracle gets 1 drone. 1 drone goes down. We do have our Twilight Council and Forge on the way at the halfway mark. So we're leading towards +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up. There's that melee upgrade as we mentioned. Again, typically if you're going into range, then it's a little bit later alongside a Ro24. The Evo Chamber, I mean. And Shin, he will confirm the tech of choice. Confirms the production, confirms the tech. So a very nice scout here by Shin, very nicely timed. Sees everything he needs to. And Shin, he can just freely drone up and get his 4th base, saturate, get a lair. Shin knows he can settle it. Ooh, it's going to be 3 drone kills. Nice catch. 3 drones going down for creator. We are getting a safety Bailey nest. Interesting. Often it is skipped, but not this time from Shin. Nest. Shin, he does catch out something. That's not bad. He gets 1, he gets 2. Oh, he gets all 4 actually. All 4 depth kills. Very nice. This creator, he doesn't get across the map with them. Creator's still trying to be active. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Enki. Papi, Enki, papi, Enki. Gracias, papi, gracias. Gracias, papi. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast, I should say. I know that you were covering StarCraft Evolution, but here we are live with Maestros of the game. But thank you, papi, thank you. Descansa, papi, descansa. Enki. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time with StarCraft Evolution. SCL over. Let's go, let's go. We'll be casting from replays, But I hope you had a great time. As we have mid-series, we're here in a best of 5 between Shin and Creator. To have a back and forth. As behind this, Shin, he's going to be massing up his Hydras. 5th base is on the way. Shin is getting map control, and Creator going to be following up with double Robo, double Colossus production. My apologies. I did miss this here. Double Robo. This is very old school. If you remember, this build was a little more popular back during, oh god, was it Altitude? Yeah, Altitude. Altitude, what, 2 years ago? Almost 2 years ago at this point. So it's been a while here, but a double Colossus follow-up here out of Creator. This does hit a very strong timing with 4 Colossus. So you make 2, then you make another 2, then you can push out with 4. 4 Colossus and +2 as well should be lined up. Players like Creator, players like Showtime used to be very fond of this back in the day. So it's been a while. There are some pros and cons, of course, when it comes to going for this. As you're heavily reliant on the Colossus. The Colossus have been revealed as Shin. There it is, Infestation Pit. His goal here, Vipers. We need that hive, we need those Vipers. As here comes that 3rd and 4th Colossus that we did speak on. The Colossus are coming. And again, that's lined up with +2. Shin poking in. The Oracle did not scout. Oh, there we go. It does scout. It does confirm the infestation bit. Creator knows. And we'll see if Creator can hit before Viper Tech. Speaking of Vipers, Temple Archives is done, and he can try to feedback. Alright, Templar morphing in. SHIN, he's being active. He's going double prism. Oh my god, let's go. Double war prism as well to reinforce and to juggle. Okay, let's go. He's getting a 5th Colossus. Aye, aye, aye. This, I don't know if, okay, interesting. Getting up to 5. I'm concerned that we're waiting a little bit too long, but here we go. SHIN is coming to Creator. Nice force fields, very nice force fields. Yeah, Ling Bane does nothing. Creator, he does hold, does defend. The Hive is still not done. So Creator, he will get away with this. He will be able to get away with the 5th Colossus, then push, and then potentially kill. As one of the Colossus is out in the open, but miscontrol there by Creator. One Colossus is going to go down. Oh, nice save. Nice save with the Colossus Banelings. They get in. Yeah, the force fields are lackluster. This time they're not as good. I mean, they're not as solid. There just weren't as many. And the base goes down. The expansion goes down. SHIN, he doesn't quite have enough to keep going. Creator starts 5 Colossus. Okay, there we go. We're bringing it all together. He's getting a 6th Colossus. Let's go. Let's go. And Creator, he's pretty all in. He just lost his 4th base. It's go time. The Hive is now done, but there are still no Vipers. So without Vipers, this army can still overwhelm. We're going to be heavily reliant on force fields on these sentries. A reason for this as well is, remember, no Ravagers. So force fields are going to be king here. They are not going to be able to be dealt with. Creator, he can take a fight, but we'll see how he engages. Nice catch on most of those Zerglings. We have to be careful with those force fields. We have to hold on to them. There's not that many. There's only 5 sentries. Only 5. Also, I'm a little bit concerned. SHIN, where are the Vipers? Again, this army is so vulnerable to Vipers. Taking up into Lurker Tech. Lurker Den is being turned down. Creator, we go. There we go. Let's bring it all together. Catching out a couple of Hydras, very nice. So 3, 4 Hydras going down. Banelings are almost done. Again, shows those force fields. That's a lot of Banelings. Force fields, they. Oh, nice stasis. Stasis goes off. Rock's knocked down. The Banelings do crash in. They do crash in. Colossus are going to be falling. The Colossus are very low. And the force fields are not there. SHIN is trying to chase us down. Gets on top of the Colossus. No War Prism either. They're now coming back. Down to 2 Colossus. Nice juggling. And Creator, he can barely take this fight. He saves the Colossus. Clutch micro, clutch juggling. In the end, Creator takes the fight. He gets into the mineral land. It's going to be 14 drones going down. Nice damage. And we got to keep going. We got to send it, Pappy. Send it. Keep going. And again, SHIN, he never got Vipers. He never got them. Instead, he was trying to brute force his way through, despite having the Hive, by the way. SHIN. And Creator's done it. He has done it. GG gets called, and Creator, he will take the game. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Creator, he was able to overwhelm. I will say that SHIN, he was maybe a little bit stubborn when it came to his response. When we saw the infestation bit and when we saw the Hive on the way, I was like, okay, so SHIN, he's on a timer, or I should say Creator's on a timer, at least until the Hive finishes, and then his army's going to lose a lot of value. It's going to lose a lot of momentum. But SHIN, instead of taking up into Vipers, he was trying to take up into Lurkers. He threw down a Lurker Den instead, which again was quite greedy, quite bold. Obviously, the plan for SHIN was to ideally surround the army to overwhelm. I'm sure he recognized how low the sentry count was, how few force fields there were going to be, but again, maybe a little bit too greedy, maybe a little bit too overconfident out of SHIN, and GG. GG, well played. With that, Creator does take his lead. Let's go. How does Viper counter? Abductions. So you can come in, you can abduct the Colossus and pick them off one at a time. The reason why this would work that much more is because the Stalker count was non-existent, so no Stalkers, there were no High Templars, so no feedbacks either. So your Vipers have more free reign to pick away at the high-tech units, specifically the Colossus. Yoink them, baby, yoink. Oh, I stepped up, and we 8 have Wings of Liberty style. True, true. No going Storm's like shooting yourself in the foot. I would probably disagree with that. Storm is a option, that is true, but we often see Colossus in PvT and in PvC as well. Like, it is a viable option, for sure. It's still a viable option. Of course, I should also emphasize that this build was very specific. You're going double Robo, double Colossus production. Like, it's a very specific build, designed to hit a little bit earlier. Hello, Flipper Fact Check. Hello, hello. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Did each win their map pick? No, actually the opposite. Shin picked Pylon, lost Pylon. Shin picked Ultra Love, lost Ultra Love. Creator picked Incorporeal, lost Incorporeal. So it's been has been the opposite so far. The opposite. Of course, a lot of it just comes down to the maps themselves. Again, aggression more favored on Pylon. We saw a lot of aggression on Pylon. Incorporeal was a little bit more chaotic. Shin just having a really good response to the Archon-based opener, to the DT opener. For now, though, we are going to be going on a short break, very short break here, and when we come back, we should be live with our next game. We should be live with Tokamak. See you soon. See you soon after this short break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our first series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the Masters of the Game round of 24, day number 2, and we're jumping in mid-series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is a Creator. He's locked in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. Down in the series, the pressure is on. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. Representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, it is SHIN. Representing Dark, the king back. Let's go. Let us go, as again the pressure is on SHIN. But welcome one all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps. The map pool, longer rush distance by ground. Your more defensive style, defensive plays favored here on Tokamak. All-ins have a harder time working, and we're expecting to see a more standard opener out of Creator. We're expecting to see Stargate into a third base, into +1 Blink Stalker, in towards a standard mid-game. We'll see if SHIN can try to break him before that does occur, which again the map does work against SHIN if that was the plan, or if SHIN tries to be greedy and tries to cut corners and also try to beat him to the mid-game, to the late game instead. We'll see. We shall see. When it comes to Tokamak, it isn't just how large the map is, but also the defensive features as well. We spoke about this previously, but the third, the natural, the fourth base, all relatively close to each other, so it's easier to rotate between them, more so than on other maps. On top of that, the area in between the third and the fourth is blocked off by these rocks. On other maps, this area is open. This entrance would be just wide open on, say, Maganatha or Incorporeal, for example, but here it is walled off, so again, it is easier to rotate on your 4-base setup. This is also why we often see a lot of late game on Tokamak as well. But I don't know if SHIN wants to play the late game, so well, we'll see. But now we have our Stargate open out of Creator. Again, to be expected. We could still see Creator try to catch his opponent off guard. We could see Stargate into a third base, into an early Twilight Council. We have yet to see Glaive Adepts so far in this best of series. We have seen Robo openers and Slow Lots all-ins. We've seen DT based openers as well. We haven't seen Glaives yet. But I don't know if Creator needs to take that chance, to be honest. Don't know if he needs to. As we have our first Oracle on the way. Creator picking in. There's a cast in this says that I don't speak French. Oh no. You're welcome, Pappy, you're welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of streams going on at the moment. I know we're casting, I believe Indy's casting in Polish, Cosmo's casting in Portuguese or in Brazilian. I know that Steadfast was casting yesterday. I think he might be live today as well. Oh no, that's right. Steadfast, he was casting StarCraft Evolution as well. That's it. He was covering SE Evo. As you have an Oracle into a Void Ray, okay. Void Ray follow up at a Creator. Interesting. With this, he can hunt down Overlords, he can deny Vision, deny Scouting. Third base is being taken. And once again, we have an early Evo Chamber out of SHIN. Just like last game, going into early plus on Melee. So we're expecting Melee out of SHIN into Ling Hydra once again. Meanwhile, we have a Robo follow-up. Okay, interesting. That's going to be a Robo before Twilight Council, so we're not going into +1 Blink Stalker. Now, this could be a Robo into Twilight Council into Templar Archives. Otherwise, we could see something similar to last game where we open up double Robo, double Colossus production. So, Creator, you have my attention. You have my attention here. Robo's on the way. No Twilight Council, which means it's looking like the same build we saw last game, but leading more towards a Bay and a second Colossus. Or, sorry, a second Robo for Mass Colossus. It's going to be a decent gateway count, though. We're throwing down extra gateways. Immortal production has begun. Are we setting up for a Soul Train? With this gateway explosion, we can once again try to set up a bunch of sentries, slow lots. Okay. Okay, Creator. Does recall back home. Saves the Adepts.
Game paused.
As we do have a bit of a pause, hopefully everything's okay. It looks like a little bit of lag in game. Little bit. Whew. And again, just a really intense game here. Again, based on the fact that there's no Twilight Council or Bay, we're expecting this to be one big move out from Creator because there's no further tech. There's no Forge either. So no Forge, no Twilight Council, no Bay, no tech, no upgrades. It's going to be a really strong timing here. And what we're going to be looking at is SHIN going to drone? Is SHIN going to drone up? If he drones up his third base, if he starts to drone up his fourth base, if he's too greedy, then he might just topple over. That might be the end of the series. So the pressure is on. Well, the onus is on SHIN to scout and to realize what's going on. To realize what's going on, to realize how committed Creator is. But it looks like Creator, he is lagging quite a bit. He is spiked up to over 1,000 ping. Thankfully, there's no big fight happening, right? There's no big engagements, right? Like, we have a bit of a lull in the game at the moment. But you can see Creator's camera lagging as well. Like, it's like freezing on us a little bit. Or stuttering. Oh. But yeah, Creator, he's turning off his webcam just in case that in hopes that that fixes things. We're just waiting for things to calm down. Calm down. The rabbits paused the game. True. He casted this yesterday, though. I see. He did cast it yesterday, yeah. Here you go. Otherwise, hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Again, it's going to be a long night of StarCraft. It was long yesterday as well. I think we ended up finishing at 7 AM. It was brutal, Pap. It was brutal. Ay. Was brutal. Of course, as a reminder as well, !B, you can have a look at the Wikipedia page. But this is the lineup that we have here for tonight's broadcast. We have SHIN Creator, we have Gabe Trigger, Bunny Skillless, and Lambo Astrea. Let's go. I appreciate that we do have some NA representation as well with Trigger and Astrea. Wishing the best. Oh, but it looks like the latency issues are fixed, and we're jumping into our game. Looks like we're good to go.
Game resumed.
Beautiful. So we are settling in. Once again, just to bring us back here, it was a Robo follow-up out of Creator. We have a massive gateway explosion, and it looks like we're going for a Soul Train. We're going for a Soul Train. Remember, there's no further tech, there's no Forge, there's no upgrades, no nothing else here. We're going to be warping in Sentries and Slow Lots, and we're going to commit here into a big all-in. You can even see under saturation at the natural. Looks like we pulled some workers to the third base to make it look like we have more saturation than we really do, in hopes of luring SHIN into droning. And so far, what is SHIN doing? SHIN is droning. So far, SHIN, he is droning up. He is saturating. There's no Ro24. We're going Ling Hydra. And this time, do you see what I see? No Bailey Nest. Remember, last game, SHIN, he went Ling Bane. Here, he's skipping the Bailey Nest and is skipping the Ro24 as well. SHIN has purely Ling Queen to defend. And I think things end here and now, I'll be honest. I don't think she can hold against this. SHIN, he does hit the third. The third base is going to go down. And Creator, he doesn't care. He's all in. He doesn't care. He's all in anyway. And there is nothing to defend. We have drones. We have queens. And we have a handful of Zerglings. Creator, he's moving forward. Prism is here to reinforce. Lings are racing back home. We have a couple of force fields. The other boys are being pulled. We come in for the surround. The queens, they focus on the initial Void Ray. Spore moves in as well, zones away the Prism. The Spore is trying to reposition here, but Lings, they're melting. Yeah, Lings, they melt. The drones are going down. The Prism is under fire, but the Queens, they cannot hold their own. Not on their own. The queens are being hunted now. We have some hydras on the way, but it's going to be too little too late. Once again, the boys are being pulled. Shin, he's getting desperate. Again, Shin, he was droning. He was being greedy. I say greedy. I mean, unfortunately, it was an all-in that he just didn't realize what's going on. As we pull all the boys. Let's go. I mean, hey, with the boys being pulled, Shin, he can hold. He can hold on. Does catch a couple of stalkers. He's building up his hydra count. Shin, he's surviving. Let's go. He may have lost 22 drones, but he still has a high drone count. Like, that's how all-in creator's been. Nice force fields. Force fields that he's throwing away a lot of the hydras. But the longer they... Oh no, the prism! Oh no! Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. And creator, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for creator. And Shin, he holds. Shin is holding. Takes down the immortal. And Shin, he's dealt with the army. Only a couple of stalkers remaining. A couple of vanilla stalkers. And creator, he has nothing behind this. He lost his mineral line. He lost his workers. Barely, not enough. Honestly, pulling the boys did save Shin. It saved him. It allowed him to build up his hydra count, to buy some time. And Shin, he's running away with this game. It's close, it was clutch, it was intense. Shin is getting his upgrades. Lurker Den is on the way. Hive is on the way. Shin is up 20 workers, 20 drones. He can do what he wants. And then creator, he was so close. He was so, like, the stars were aligning. No Roach Warren, no Bailey Nest. They were aligning, but alas, I mean, I'm sure a big factor, I'm sure, was losing his mineral line. If you remember, if he actually had this base up and running, I would imagine more warp-ins, more reinforcements, a stronger push in general. I'm sure that was also a factor. And behind this, we have a secondary all-in, a second wave, Glaive Adepts. Now, Glaive Adepts, they can trade really well against Lings and against Hydras, so specifically against Shin's composition, Mass Glaives can actually do quite well. What they don't do well against is Lurkers, and the Lurker Den is now done. If Shin takes into Lair Tech Lurkers, he should be safe. And here they come. We have 5 Lurkers on the way. Creator, I mean, it's all or nothing. Does Creator have detection? He has 1 observer. Okay, he has 1 observer. So he has an answer to the Lurkers somewhat, kind of. That's a lot of adepts. And again, if it was purely Ling Hydra, then Creator, he'd have a pretty good chance here. Against Lurkers, it's not going to be easy. Let's go. He can shade past, true. He can just shade past the Lurkers, and he will. He misses the shade, heads for the natural, he just avoids the lunkers. And Shin is trying to keep up. He's trying to keep up. Again, that is a lot of adepts. That's going to be how many? That's 34 adepts. Again, Creator has to pull away. Shades once again. Over towards the bases, pulling them apart. Oracle's here towards left-hand side. Lurkers are moving in. Creator does leave his army idle. And the Lurker shots are brutal here. A lot of adepts go down. Down to how many? Down to 20. 20 adepts left. More of them moving in. Lurkers are trying to spread out. Yeah, they're trying to. Hydras are falling. Adepts are trading well. Oh my god. Again, if we can avoid the Lurkers, then the adepts, they can take the fight. As there's 1 Hydra remaining. Creator trying to push through. Lurkers are falling to the Oracles. And Creator, can he do this? Barely. He barely breaks through. But there are 9 more Hydras in production. Creator, he's so close. He's so close to breaking his opponent, but there are just too many Hydras. Oh my god. Or are there? Oracle goes down. More reinforcements coming in. Once again, the boys are being pulled. And Shin just has to buy enough time for a handful more Hydras. And again, Shinny's barely holding. GG gets called. And we're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. A very, very, very close end to the game there. Again, winding it back, Creator, he barely didn't have enough to kill Shin with the initial all-in. The follow-up here was honestly really smart from Creator. Unfortunately, Shin, he was ready with the Lurkers. That did allow him to actually catch quite a lot of adepts early on. We saw that, I want to say, like 5-6 adepts did fall to Lurkers when it came to the shade on the right-hand side, and Creator, who was bleeding out far too much. He was still trading really well as long as he could avoid those Lurkers, but it was just really awkward to reinforce, and it was still taking a lot of free damage from those Lurkers as well. GG. GG, well played in the end. SHIN, he barely does survive, and now we're getting into the ace match. Here we go. Getting into the ace match here. We're getting into game number 5, and we'll see how this story ends, as game 5 is going to be on Maganatha. Here we go. Frozen's flimsy and gimmicky like that. Creator is being very aggressive this series. He doesn't need to be. Like, it's not like playing standard or playing macro is off the table. Not by any means, but Creator, he has gone for a much more varied style this entire series. Like, we have not had a single standard game so far. We have not seen a single standard game out of Creator. We've seen, you know, mass. The closest we got to that was the game where he went Mass Colossus. on Ultra Love, if you recall, he went Mass Colossus on Ultra Love, which was crazy. So it's definitely been fun to experience. Without lurker tech, this would have been very scary. I'm pretty sure if there were no lurkers to begin with, I think Creator probably just wins. Because, again, it would have been so much easier to reinforce the army, and he could have just taken these head-on fights instead. It would have been dicey, for sure. Would have been dicey, Pat. Yeah. But again, thankfully, SHIN didn't wait for Hive Tech. There are some Zerg players that even if they get a lurker den a little bit early, they avoid lurkers until they get their upgrades. Like, it's not uncommon to see that. Thankfully, SHIN, he got them early on. He was being safe. And we're just waiting for our players to ready up. Again, Creator, he was having some latency issues earlier, but looks like things have cleared up, and now we have his cam. His cam is back. Let's go. Let's go. How about Creator? We have our SHIN. Also, again, a big shout out to Comeback TV. Shout out to Comeback TV. They're the big casters and content creators in the French community, of course. The remnants of O Gaming. And they put in a lot of work to run the event, to host the event, make all the lovely assets, the overlays, the production, the webcams. And of course, all leading up to a big offline event happening in France. Big offline event. We're still in the online portion, still in the early stage. But we're getting there. We are getting there. So much love to those at Comeback TV, to Funka, TKL, Coca. True, true. I know they do a lot for the scene. They don't just run tournaments and cast. They also have their podcasts as well. I still need to get around to tuning into their podcast with Clem. They had a podcast with Clem not too long ago, which was a lot of fun. I only got to skim through it. It is in French, by the way. So bear that in mind. It's really cool what they do. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match, the final game of the series. It all ends here. It all ends on Maganatha. And I mean, regardless of how this goes, I appreciate that we did go all the way to the ace match. We've yet to see a standard game out of Creator. Do we finally get one here on Maganatha of all maps? Potentially. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss being forced into the ace match, brought all the way to game 5. Can he bring it back? It is a Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player, himself, the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. Once again, we've had Creator be very aggressive and very intense throughout this entire series. I do really like the idea of him being aggressive and going for an all-in on Tokamak. Winding it back, if you recall, on the one hand, yes, Tokamak did work against Creator, but there was also a higher chance that Shin would cut corners, and he did. Remember, he skipped his Ro24, he skipped his Bailey Nest. Like, the initial all-in from Creator hit as well as it could have, to be honest. Just unfortunately, you know, Shin, he was able to buy some time, able to pull back, pull the boys, of course, as well, make use of them to tank for his Ling Hydra, and barely pull off that defense. But now welcome to Tokamak. Oh, sorry, welcome to Magnatha. Magnatha is the largest map of the map pool. Very long rush distance by ground. But unlike Tokamak, the bases are more spread out. The bases here, the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th and 6th base, are all much more spread out. There's also more kind of avenues of attack as well that you can take advantage of, and it can be difficult to defend your fringe bases in a longer and later game, more so than on Tokamak. So there are some pros and cons coming into this. Because of that, my eyes are going to be on Creator here. He's done something different every game, and I'm expecting to see something different as well here in Game 5. That's what we're expecting. Based on the pylon placement, it looks like a Stargate-based opener out of Creator. We'll see. This is finally the game where he plays standard. Finally. So now Shin just getting into Link speed, joining up his natural, soon taking his 3rd. There's that Stargate for Creator. Typically, if you're going for a Robo or a Twilight Council, the pylon is thrown down further back behind the mineral line to hide the tech. So seeing it thrown down closer to the edge is more indicative of Stargate. So we have our Stargate. And as a reminder, last game we also had a Stargate opener into a Robo, into Immortals, into that all-in. So despite the opener being standard, the follow-up could still be something quirky, could still be something kind of out of left field. So we have our Oracle first. Last game we also had a Void Ray follow-up as well, to help hide the all-in. Creator, he can thread the mineral line, sword ups, they can one-shot drones. So they're forcing out these Ducklings here from Shin. Shin forced to defend. The Oracle moves out. Creator throws down his 3rd. And we are waiting to see the Twilight Council timing, if at all. As this time there is no Void Ray. Void Ray, it ups, they do threaten the Shade. Once again, early Evo Chamber, once again, +1 melee out of Shin. So Shin is going Ling Hydra. Whether he skips the Bailey Nest again, we'll find out. We'll be at Ling Hydra for the 3rd time this series. And we have the standard fall Twilight Council Forge, +1 and Blink. This tech is a little bit late here for Creator. Typically we see it a little bit earlier. But outside of that, so far everything looks as it should be. Okay. We're calming down. So deflected. Creator, he holds onto his 3rd. Double Oracle into the main. And we do get 1 drone kill so far. Ooh, the Oracles, they take a lot of damage. Take a lot of hits. We have our upgrades on the way. The Oracles, they barely get out. And we might finally have it. Again, Creator, he's done something quirky every game of this series, but now finally we have Stargate open into a 3rd base into +1 and Blink Stalkers, and from here we can just saturate the 3rd, start working towards the 4th base, take up into Storm. I say Storm, we do have the Robo follow-up so far. Okay. Alright, Gateway Explosion. As a reminder, on Ultra Love, we did have that game where Creator did go Mass Colossus with a second Robo and Obey. And we might be heading in that direction as well here. I say that only because we don't have a Temple Archives yet. And there would be one by now if the plan was to go into Storm. Safety Baliness this time out of SHIN. Remember, he skipped the Baliness last game. He almost got punished for it. This time he does have it. Nice bait on the Stasis Trap. Melee is done. We have +1 range now on the way. Hydra's behind this. And yep, the plan is double Robo, double Colossus production. This is the same follow-up that we saw on Ultra Love. So again, seeing the lack of Temple Archives was indicative of this. But we are going to Mass Colossus again. Let's go. I think Creator, he peaked at, did he get 6 or 7 Colossus? Like, it was insane. Just how many Colossi he got. Things they move in, nice stasis, but only with another one adept. And Creator out of position. Will lose the shield battery, but doesn't lose any workers. Nice control. Creator pulls away. And SHIN, he has yet to confirm what's going on. Oh no, sorry, he did scout. Yeah, did scout, did confirm. He saw the base, saw the second Robo, he knows. Now, if you recall, the big criticism that we had about on SHIN on Ultra Love was his lack of Vipers. He saw what was happening. Despite that, he did stick with Ling, Bane, Hydra. This time we have an earlier Lurker Den. Infestation Pit is already done, so we can tech into Hive. We'll see if SHIN does embrace Vipers this time, or if he goes into Lurkers instead. He does have time though. Double Lurker Den. Yeah, double Lurker Den, so he's going to double down on Lurker upgrades. Creator's turtling up. And I'm favoring SHIN coming into this. Sure, Creator is going to have a power spike with his Mass Colossus, but here we go, we have Disruptors now on the way. I don't think he has that kind of window of time where he can break through SHIN, not as much as last time, of course. As the Lurkers are already morphing in, 9 Lurkers on the way. SHIN, he's maxing out, he's gaining map control, and Creator, Sky Toss. Yeah, he's already taking out. He's already taking out of Colossus, or he's already moving forward, getting ready for that Sky Toss. So we're working towards a longer and later game, but SHIN is going to be the first to attack, as he is about to max. And it's going to be on SHIN to deny these expansions. As Creator's taking another base. SHIN catching out some Stalkers, not bad. 3 Stalkers going down. Lurker upgrades are on the way. And again, there is a window in time where SHIN can try to force a fight and break Creator before we mass up much Sky Toss. Yes, there's a Mothership on the way, there's a Tempest on the way, but Creator needs time. As he will lose the Disruptor. Never goes off. Oh! SHIN pulls away. And he will not get the Disruptor. Nice save here by Creator. Very nice. Links are forced back. SHIN, he has not scouted the tech in the main. He does not know that there is another Stargate, there's a Fleet Beacon. He's unaware of the Sky Toss. Uh-oh. Throwing down a Safety Spire, thankfully. Spire is on the way. Creator, he rotates to the south side, running into a wall of cannons. Nice force fields. Creator is buying some time. He's trying to come in from behind. Disruptors are ready. Tempests are about to reveal themselves. Tempests are revealed. No major connections. SHIN forcing his way in. Quest flanking on the right-hand side as well, but he runs into the Tempest. Runs into the Mothership. And SHIN, he is getting into the base. At the same time, though, Brutal Zealot run by 7 drones going down. Both players taking some damage. But it looks like Creator here, he does go up on the base. The base is going to fall. Meanwhile, nice catching all the Lurkers. Yeah, Lurkers are getting caught out. These are expensive trades here for SHIN. They're quite expensive. As SHIN pulls away. Still pushing forward with his Lurkers. Into more Tempest. Yeah, the Skytoss army is moving in, but the base will fall. Gets another Nexus. Not bad. Ooh, Brutal Novas. Novas are going off. Creator's still having kind of a hard time, but so far he does clean up more Lurkers. 3 more Lurkers go down. Creator's holding. Creator, he's holding, he's defending. Again, SHIN throwing away a lot of Lurkers, but he's remaxing with Corruptor. 10 more Corruptors on the way. Creator, he still maintains a high probe count. He's taking another expansion. He won't save it. He won't hold on. And we spoke about this at the start of the game. These bases on Maganatha, they're difficult to hold on to because they're so much more spread out. Referring to the 5th, the 6th, the 7th as... Oh, there's a little bit of latency. There's a bit of a lag spike. Hopefully everything's okay. Laying Zace into the natural. They find Artosis Pylon. Oh my god. Delaying +1 shields and +2 air attack. Very nice. Artosis Pylon goes down. Another expansion is denied. Again, Creator, he just cannot get a 5th. Armies are maxing out. Now, on the one hand, SHIN, he's able to deny bases, able to max out, able to work on a bank as well. His Corruptors are still a little bit lackluster. +1 air attack is just now finishing. Still lacking those upgrades. Oh! Never goes off. And Creator, throughout all of this, has been slowly refining his army. He's got 6 Tempests, and now he's working on carriers. Like, he's slowly getting to his Skytoss. SHIN now going for the dive. He wants those Tempests. And he will get them. Yeah, no Archons to defend. 1 Tempest goes down, 2nd Tempest as well. That's a lot of Corruptors. Jesus. It's a lot of Corruptors, and he will be able to take control of this, guys. Should be able to. Nice cloak. Overseer goes down. Oof. And the last Creator, he's being broken. He will lose all the Tempest. Every Tempest will fall. And again, there's just not enough support on the ground. There's only 1 Archon. And just the 1 Archon. Another one's morphing in. Corruptors, they get softened up. But SHIN remaxes. He's just remaxing with Hydras behind this. Oh no! Lurkers, they get knocked down. And Creator, he is holding on, but it takes so long to rebuild that Skytoss army. It takes so long to rebuild those Tempest. As that was 6 Tempests going down, the Mothership, a carrier. SHIN going for another run by. Creator's out of position. And he will lose another expansion. That does try to recall. Up. But he won't be able to save it. Yeah, the base still goes down. And Creator's just being pulled apart. He's being pulled apart. He just cannot defend. Not these fringe expansions. It has to Maganatha. As another Nexus falls. And SHIN at this point, yeah, he can afford to trade. Not easy to push into this base. There's some brutal trade points. Nice storms. Storms are popping up. he still breaks through, and he still gets another expansion. Well, the Nexus falls. And Creator, he's running out of steam. He's going to be forced into an all-in. As he has no... He's on a 2-base economy. Not even. Main base is mined out. Natural also mining out as well. He's long distance mining. That's all the economy he has. He has some saturation top right. He has 6 probes mining. And again, it's just a slow death here for Creator. He just cannot maintain himself. He can maybe try to max out. He's almost there, but can't afford losses. SHIN is moving in. Yo, we got the first Viper of the game. Of the series. The first Viper. Let's go. Does the ducks. Gets a Tempest. Gets a carrier as well. Another carrier goes down. The Immortals, they do trade well against the Lurkers at least. But these are still just some brutal trades. As Grub does a reset the Sky Toss once again. No more carriers. Creator, he does take the fight on the ground, but no detection. No detection left over. And SHIN can just rebuild. We have more Hydras on the way. More Prism being chased down. And this is all the Creator has left. He's down to 4 Immortals, 6 Zealots, 1 Archon. If you had an economy, different story. If you have aces going for another recall, oh no. Not like this, not the recall to go for. As SHIN is gonna clean up, he'll punish the recall, takes down all the Immortals. Should catch the Archon as well. And that was the army. That was Creator's army. Ay. I mean, I don't blame Creator for recalling. Like, he had to save the base, but GG gets called, and SHIN, he will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the group stage. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to SHIN, as he does claim the series. Turns out they came immediately. He's again, it is 2 a.m. in the morning. 2 a.m. in the morning here, so GG, well played. Best of luck to Creator, as well as I'm sure they both are very, very looking forward to getting some rest and getting some sleep. But with that, SHIN will claim it and will advance on. Congratulations here to SHIN, and shout out to Creator for making it all the way to the ace match as well. Winding it back when it comes to Magnatha, we saw that Creator just had a really hard time protecting his fringe bases. Again, it is more difficult on Magnatha to do so than on other maps, just because of how spread out the map is, just because of how large the map is as well, so it can be very difficult to defend those fringe bases if you're lacking the supply, if you're lacking the army. And in the end, was torn apart. GG, well played. With that, we're now going to be getting into our next series of the broadcast. That was only our first one, by the way. Jesus, we're almost 2 hours in. Oh my god. That was our first series. We have 3 more. We have 3 more ahead of us. Up next will be Hero Marine, Big Gabe versus Trigger. Oh boy, you can see the lineup here on my right. You can see it on my right here. We have a SHIN versus Creator into Gabe versus Trigger, Bunny versus Skillus, and Lambo versus Astrea. 4 best of 5s in total tonight to determine the final players to make it through into the group stage. For now, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break here. Our players, they need some time to get their Vitas going and to set up their webcams. And we're also switching over to the Americas server, of course, as well. So we do need some time, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have a TVP ready for you. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the Masters of the Game, round of 28, the preliminary round. Here we go, here we go. We are jumping into our next series, and spawning in the left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. It's the big game. Let's go. Let us go, as we are jumping into our fresh best of 5, and if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck, Pappy. Best of luck, as we have our TVP. Bienvenidos, Pappy. Bienvenidos. I do apologize for not giving you a shout out earlier, but a big shout out to Eva. A big shout out to Eva. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well, and welcome, one and all, to the Masters of the Game early preliminary stage. Again, this is a big event that is organized and run by the French community that's about to be taking place over in France, in Paris, towards the end of the month. Towards the end of the tournament, towards the playoff stage. Until then, of course, we still have the early rounds. We still have the group stage as well. We have the online portion. We're here to determine which players will make it through into that group stage. We just had a SHIN advancing on over Creator. Now we're here to determine our next player to make it through. Let's go. Let us go. Again, it's great to see some North American representation in the early rounds as well. Here we have a Trigger. We also have Astrea down the line as well. Bearing in mind that Trigger is playing from South Korea. As a reminder, he is in Korea. He's been in Korea for quite some time, for a year at this point. It's crazy. It's been there for a very, very long time. Of course, did return to Canada for like the DreamHack Dallas kind of period of the year, around DreamHack Dallas, but of course did return after or even before EWC. Now he is back and has been improving quite heavily over the past year as well, to the point where is Trigger favored against Gabe. I don't know if I can go that far, but I can see this going either way. I can see this going either way here. It's not going to be easy. So far, economic opener. Economic start out of Gabe, going racks expand, delayed second gas geyser out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, Trigger back at home going for a standard opener himself. Let's go. Safety shield battery at the natural, shield battery in the main base as well. Really sick bumper animations, for sure, for sure. Like, again, shout out to Comeback TV for making all the animations and the graphics as well. The intro is sick. The intro, the break screen, beautiful, man, beautiful. I look forward to how they, make the offline event as well. Look forward to it. For now, we have a technical choice Twilight Council opener out of Trigger. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. We're expecting a safe opener out of our Protoss player. We're expecting 3 gates to blink into a Robo on 2 bases before expanding and getting a third is the go-to in PvT. Especially on a smaller map. Trigger does scout. He does get eyes on the 111. Gets eyes on the tech lab on the factory. So far we have our early Cyclone. Oh, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be a blink-based opener, but no, we're going into charge instead. Okay. Now, going into early charge is designed to hard counter something like a 2-base all-in, especially a 2-base tank push. Now, tank production has begun. We have a medevac on the way. Here, Marine didn't really open up too aggressively here, but he is pushing early. He's been cranking out nothing but Marines. Cyclone is on the way to reinforce. This is an early push, and we'll see what Gabe can get done here. We'll see if he ever extends, because again, Zealots are going to be amassing, but they still need more time. As Trigger does scout the move out, does spot the push. Charge is halfway done. And Trigger, he does need a little bit more time. Gets Marine. Gets 1 and gets 2. Picks up 2 Marines. The initial tank has arrived. Gabe pushing towards the natural. Charge is still a couple of seconds away though. And Trigger still needs more time. Cyclone jumps over the wall. Walks into a Zealot. Lock-on is broken. Charge is done in 5 seconds. Yeah, there's Guardian Shield diving on the army. The tank is going to go down. Takes down the tank, going for the medevac. One more volley. Oh, medevac barely does escape, barely gets away. And some brutal trades there for Trigger. Trigger bleeds out a lot of stalkers. Oh my god. And Gabe gets cleaned up. He does get cleaned up here. When it comes to the trade, he lost a Cyclone, lost his tank, lost 7 Marines for 3 Stalkers and a handful of Zealots. Overall, a better trade for Trigger. That was expensive losses here for Gabe. And Trigger can now expand. Remember, he played it safe. We spoke about it, but these charge-based openers are very safe. They keep you safe against these early tank pushes. So a solid start here. Oh, as the medevac goes down to this, goes down to the feedback. Medevac goes down. Third base on the way for both players. Gabe is expanding, so is Trigger. So we're going to slow things down. Both players were building up. Trigger rushing into Storm alongside Blink. Gabe getting to his own bio upgrade. Stim, combat shields +1, all is on the way. It's all on the way. Why doesn't he recall the medevac? Oh, I think he was out of energy. Too many mules, baby. Too many mules. Cap. Meanwhile, Trigger gets into the main base. He does scout, does confirm the 3rd TC that is on the way. So Trigger, he knows that there's no all-in coming. He knows that he can afford to expand faster and focus on his own greed, his own economy. So Trigger, he knows he's relatively safe. Scan, ooh, does catch the initial observer. Nice catch out of Gabe. Does catch the observer. Ghost Productions on the horizon. Here comes the Academy. Gabe is being active, and we'll see if he can potentially punish the 4th. It's moving out. Does move out. Trigger, he spots the army. They do spot each other. No major losses. Again, we're getting into the mid game. Both players are expanding. I do prefer Gabe's economic position here. He's on an equivalent base count to Trigger, both on 3 bases. Both equivalent saturation. Trigger, he needs that 4th. Need that 4th base. Storm on the medevacs. Soften them up at least a little bit. Better Storm on the bio. We're throwing out a lot of storms. Not many connecting. Trigger, we gotta be careful here. So does run away. He still has 2, soon to be 3 storms in the chamber. Does land. Yeah, nice storms. We have more storms coming in. And Trigger, he will clean this up. He's pushing on forward, headed towards the 3rd base. Remember, behind this, no tanks. No tanks, no widow mines, no factory production, and Gabe is being broken. He's being broken here and now. Oof. More storms connecting. We just blanket the army. Boys are being pulled, but that was the final storm. Again, Trigger, he was very Trigger happy with those storms. And he has run out, but it's still barely enough. Yeah, barely enough here. Takes down the medevacs. GG gets called. Trigger, he snowballs out of control, and Trigger, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Trigger, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a very strong start at Trigger. We were emphasizing how Trigger did take a lead early when it came to dealing with the tank push. I did prefer Gabe's economic position coming into the mid game, but we saw that Trigger, he was able to move out with that storm timing. He was able to strike then and there before Gabe was able to get any additional tanks, any defensive setup at the 3rd base. No tanks, no Sim City, no bunker, no nothing at the 3rd. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, Trigger, he does take a lead in the series, and now we're going to be getting into Tokamak. Tokamak is going to be game 2. Getting into game 2. Tokamak, of course, is going to be a larger map in the map pool. It does mean that some more safe defensive play is going to be more preferred here on Tokamak. I would imagine that Gabe is going to go for a more macro start, more macro-oriented start, but we'll see. We'll see how Gabe does adjust. There's a higher chance that Trigger doesn't open charge this time. We should be seeing Blink. Stargate play can be viable on Tokamak True, opening up Stargate Phoenix. It is rarer nowadays, but still viable in certain instances. Here we go. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game, getting into game 2. Stormiko GG. Again, we were trying to emphasize that Gabe had a worse start to the game, which gave Trigger a little momentum. Something we bring up quite a lot when it comes to TVP is Terran vs Protoss is very momentum based. If you deal damage early on, if you gain a lead early on, it can be difficult for your opponent to recover from that lead. Can be difficult, but here we go. We're getting into our next game, getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the blue Protoss player, the Canadian Protoss, representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Este game. Here we go. So jumping into game 2, again, welcome on all to Tokamak. Tokamak is a larger map of the map pool, more defensive map as well. We do often favor and we do often have a lot of longer and later games, but hey, do you see what I see? Double gas opener this time out of Gabe. With a double gas opener, that means a faster factory. It means faster tech is going to be available. This can lead into a couple of different things here. We can open up Mind Drop, we can open up early Cyclone, early tanks. This can lead into an early add-on swap into early Banshee production as well. Regardless, we have a more tech-heavy start out of Game. Technically, this can turn into a one-base all-in, but we're not really expecting that on a large map like Tokamak. So just factory expand. So we are setting up. As I mentioned before, going for charge makes a little more sense on these smaller maps like Ultra Love or Pylon as well. We saw that at a Trigger in game 1. We're not really expecting that here in game 2. We're leaning more towards Blink, as it allows you to gain map control. It does set you up for a longer game. So now we're setting up. There's that CC on the low ground. Reaper moves out to scouts. There's no early zealot or anything crazy like that, so there's no pressure here on the CC of Gabe. Reaper breaks in and should be able to get away. Pulls out, pulls away. We have a sentry follow-up, so that is going to allow for a hallucination scout to get a read on the opener of Gabe, as he already has his starport on the way. Here comes that hallucination. Bearing in mind the Trigger, he did not probe scout, so this is going to be the first scout here for Trigger to confirm what exactly is going on. Reapers pull out. And we'll see if we go for the add-on swap. So here comes that hallucination. It's going to be early Cyclone. Early Cyclone. Once again, just keeping eyes on that starports. Going for the medevac, going for the drop. That Trigger does confirm. So Trigger, he knows that a drop is on the way. Back at home, he's setting up. There's a Twilight Council, Robo, all on 2 bases. Again, Trigger is going for a late third, playing very safe. And here comes the drop. Drop into add-on swap into Banshee. Let's go. Sorry, into Raven. We're not going into Cloak. We're not investing into Banshee, so we're not going to be as committed. Oh, drop is spotted. Trigger, he knows. He knows, he is aware. Okay, we're trying to jig him out. Boost over towards the main base instead. Okay, he rotates over. Trigger, he's in position. Shield battery is ready. Oh. I like taking a couple hits. Trigger defends. Trigger, he's defending well. But Trigger, he's still on 2 bases. Oh, yeah, and his expansion is going to be denied. Nice pickup. That's Trigger. He finally does expand. So again, late third base out of Trigger. At the same time, though, Gabe was also a little bit more committed on 2 bases as well. As Trigger, he's taking up a lot faster this time into Storm. So Storm is on the way. Gabe rushing into Stim. I say rushing because Gabe, he makes 1 tank. 1 tank, then straight into Stim. So early Stim timing out of Gabe. The tank count is going to be a lot lower. It's going to be very low here. Just the 1. And we'll see if Trigger can get ready in time. This can turn into a 2-base all-in if he throws down 2 more Raxes, so we'll keep an eye on the Rax counts. Otherwise, he could get a 3rd CC. So, Gabe, he could expand, could throw down 2 more Raxes. We'll see if he doubles down. As Storm will be ready. It will be ready in time for Stim. SCV's in position. Looks like he will expand. Oh, never mind. Okay, there's. I was a little bit perplexed. But there we go. CC's on the way. So Gabe, he is not all in. So let's move out. High Templar getting ready. Raven harassing into the main base. Gets 2 probes. Gabe is moving in. Oh, God. The first storm is brutal. Yeah, the prison is going to go down. But the storms, they shut down most of the Marines. Now we're getting on top of the tanks. You get out of here. Yeah, tank goes down. Brutal pickups. And Gabe, he will lose everything. He'll lose everything. Doesn't save, doesn't pick up, doesn't save anything. 2 empty medevacs get away. And that was a brutal loss for Gabe. He wasn't all in, but he committed so hard to that. In the end, Gabe gets cleaned up. He will lose map control, and Gabe, he cannot expand. He's going to be stuck on 2 bases. He should be contained. As that was a brutal loss for Gabe. Trigger moves in. Trigger, he hasn't seen the command center, so he's not fully aware as to what's going on, but he should soon scout the CC. Gabe is taking his 3rd. And Trigger has momentum, for sure. He has momentum. He's building up more High Templar. Trigger, he spots the command center. He knows. And Trigger, he's taking up. So Trigger, he has a choice to make here. Honestly, Trigger, if he wanted to, he could have thrown down more gateways, and he could have just struck here and now. There's not really much to defend. Trigger, he could try to break this, but he's opting to not just expand, but take up into a bay, into Colossus. So Trigger, he's just going to slow things down and build up into the mid-game and get into Colossus production. At the same time, Gabe is also working towards Ghosts. So we're getting into a longer game here. Again, the reason why you do need to get out of High Templar and out of Storm is because of the higher Ghost count. So ideally, you do want to diversify your splash damage, have Storm, have Colossus, so you force out not just Ghosts, but force out Vikings as well. You don't want to be stuck with just one. As Trigger is just getting comfortable. Getting very comfortable here. We spoke earlier how Tokamak is known for longer and more defensive games. It's easier to defend on 4 bases on this map than any other map in the map pool. Arguably any other map in the map pool. So Trigger, he just calms down. Calms down. There's the first Colossus. Nice harass out of Gabe. Gets 4 probes. 4 probes going down. And Gabe, he is pushing. How good are the EMP is going to be? There's going to be 7 High Templar. 7 Templar, 3 in the War Prism. Storms. Oh god, they do. Oh no! No splits whatsoever. He does take the storms to the face. Brutal storms. He takes them to the face. And Trigger is pushing. He takes the fight. He can move out. Nice EMP on the Colossus. Vikings are amassing. The Colossus will be the first to go down. Okay, we save it. Oh my god. Storm zones away. The Colossus does pull away in time. Trigger, he holds his own. Behind this, second starport, Mass Viking on the way. At the same time, Trigger going into double Colossus production. So Gabe is getting ready. But again, for the most part, Gabe, he has lost map control. He's going to be forced back home. Still only 4 High Templar. Storm mainly zones. We're running out of storms. 1 storm grazes the army. And I believe that was the final storm. Yeah, that was the final storm here for Trigger. Ay. I'm not so sure about engaging. And Colossus are going down. The Trigger, the Prism falls as well. Gabe, he's kiting back. Kite back to the mines, cleans up all the Zealots, gets us over the Immortals, and Gabe, he will win this fight. Again, Trigger, he ran out of storms early. Hey, but the Colossus make it. True. They do make it out. Get out of here. The Colossus will escape. We got a 4th Colossus on the way. But again, those were brutal losses for Trigger. He did overstay his welcome. He stuck around too long, especially after he realized that he had limited storms. And Gabe is soon to max out and soon to just push across the map. Like, Gabe has a lot of momentum here. That fight just went too poorly. Now, if Trigger is given time, he can build up more High Templar and try to buy himself some more time to mass up his army. We got 5 Templar morphing in. Yeah, 7 in total. But Gabe is maxed. He's maxed out. We have a Fusion Core on the way, so Gabe, he's just refining his army and building up into the late game. Fusion Core is going to be for Liberators, for Liberator range. That will be ideal. Gabe does push. Does move out. So Trigger, he's out of position. Storm does buy some time. The Storm mainly zones. ICMP. Colossus is going to be going down. Forces Storm with the Vikings. 1 Colossus falls. He gets a 2nd Colossus as well. Down to 1. Sorry, down to 2. Decent storms though. Viking count is reset and Trigger holds. Trigger, he does hold on. Again, Gabe, he threw away all his Vikings. Has to build up once again. So he didn't kite back. The army's overstimmed. Trigger even catching out a ghost. Very nice. Let's catch a ghost. momentum back in his favor. He's got 4 High Templar, 2 with the army. Oh, rest are coming in. Once again, the storms are feeling a little bit premature here. Again, the storms are they're finite here for Trigger. Gotta be careful. EMP connects. It does connect. Trigger, he's about to have 2 storms. Some more Zealots are coming in. Brutal EMP, 0 storms for Trigger. And he cannot quite force himself forward. Here we go though. More High Templar coming in. The Colossus, they still stand strong. And storms are finally landing. And Trigger, just the 1 storm. He needs more Zealots. As Gabe's barely holding on. He's barely holding on. Here comes another Warp in. Down to 2 Colossus. And Gabe holds. Gabe, he does hold on. Again, the EMPs were brutal. We only had 1 storm. Throughout that entire fight, we had, what, 7 High Templar? Only 1 storm landed. Ay, ay, ay. And with that Trigger, he backs up. Thankfully, this time he does back off. He does retreat. That we're holding on. Trigger, if he wanted to, I mean, he doesn't really have the economy for it yet, but he could start to work towards Sky Toss if he slows things down. Gabe still has a terrifying army. Trigger moving out once again. Still looking for a way in. We spoke about Liberators earlier. Still, unfortunately, no Liberators yet for Gabe. He did not get Liberator range. Just like the first Colossus. Storms are landing. Gabe, he does stand in the storm, but he does EMP. Yeah, lands EMP, takes down the Colossus. Denies the warp in. And Trigger, he will lose this fight. Losing his final Colossus. Yeah, no storm, no Zealots. At the same time, does cost him the mineral line though. Okay, 14 SCV kills. Zealots, they got in. Did get in. Trigger force back, now finally working towards Disruptors. Disruptors on the way. But again, these fights have been brutal for Trigger. Like, time and time again, his Colossus count gets reset, his Robo count gets reset. Takes a long time to rebuild that. Escape, he weathers the storm. And at this point, we're done with Colossus. Okay. this point, we're going into Mass Disruptor. We'll come down to the control. Comes down to the Novas. They're building back up. We have 3, soon to be 5 Disruptors. Oh. This Trigger, he should not be pushing in. Calming down. Yeah, attempted Zealot Rumble on the right. Gabe, he's in position, he does reinforce. Armies are deflected. Gabe, he just scanned, he just sold the Disruptors. Now we have some weird Liberators on the way. And Liberator range. Gabe, he's getting there. He's about to have that freedom. It's coming. Trigger is finally maxed out, and this is the point where we can start to potentially throw down something like a Fleet Beacon, even just for the mothership. But for now, he's still just maxing out with disruptors. This one disruptor is barely going to get away. Trigger pulls away, gets us up with the gold. Gabe coming in from behind. Disruptor does go down. Gets one. Down to 5. Never goes off. Oh my god, brutal connection. Takes down the Ghost. Ghosts go down. He walks into the storms. So far, solo control here. Another Nova does. Ooh, crazy army. Takes down to the Ghost. Yeah, more Ghosts going to be falling. Brutal connections. Almost every Ghost goes down to the Novas. Ay, ay, ay. Gabe, he does take the Novas to the face. Down to, I believe, 1 Ghost. Yeah, 1. 1 Ghost survives. Brutal connections. Trigger, he attempts a Zealot run by. He rotates once again. Trigger, he has been out trading. And he will take down the expansion. Ooh, brutal Novas once again. A bit of friendly fire, but overall the planetary goes down. 6 workers. Most of the army. Zelsafe busts into the mineral line. The natural. And Gabe, he is struggling. He has been struggling. He's slowly falling apart. Marcel's moving in. Oh. As this time the Novas don't quite connect. He needs that expansion, and we're going to be trading bases. For the first time in a long time, Trigger, he will lose the Nexus. At the same time, though, CC is going to go down. And do we commit to the base trade? Do we just send it? Bearing in mind, Trigger, he can always recall. He can always recall back home. Yeah, Planetary's under fire. Trigger trying to defend. Oh, but once again, brutal friendly fire. As Trigger, he will lose 3 bases here. And 3 next side going down, potentially 4. And Trigger, he's falling apart. He's falling apart, moving into liberation zones. Losing far too much back at home. That's going to be 4 bases falling and a mineral line. Trigger taking a lot of losses. Does have a bank. Oh, there we go. Jesus. Once again, the Novas. Calm down. Novas reconnect. But at the same time, we're running out of Novas. Likewise, no Storm. No Storms either. Gaby's moving in. Liberators have arrived. Nice Storm. Storm does connect. Trigger's going to have 1 Nova. Liberators are on siege. Trigger, now is his time. Oh god, barely doesn't break through though. It doesn't break through. Trigger is up against the wall. The Colossus barely holding on. There's only 1 Viking. Down to 0 Vikings. Yeah, 0 Vikings left. And Trigger, he should be able to defend. Takes down the final Liberator. The Colossus, they just rain down on the main army. The lasers, baby. Oh my god. Yeah, he barely kites away, and Gabe, he will lose everything. Still very close, very clutch. Gabe, he escapes with mainly medevac. That's a lot of medevacs. That's his supply. That's his army supply. Almost purely medevacs. Gabe, he scans. He spots top left. But Trigger, he's holding. He's barely holding on. GG gets called, and Trigger, he catches out the main army, and Trigger, he will take a lead. He will extend his lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A very intense back and forth. We saw some brutal trades for both players. We did see some brutal trades from the side of Trigger, from the side of Gabe. But alas, in the end, Trigger, he was able to pop off, specifically when it came to not just his disruptors, even his storms. Even though he barely had any storms connecting, when they did, Gabe, he will take them to the face. He had a really hard time splitting and spreading against the storms, and I would say the same about the disruptor shots as well. The purification novas, more often than not, they were connecting. We had some brutal novas on the main army time and time again, catching out ghosts, catching out the marines as well. And barely towards the end there, Trigger, he was able to hold on. Things were looking dire when it came to the base trade. Remember, Trigger, he lost 4 bases. 4 Nexi went down. So things were looking quite dire there for Trigger, but was able to race back home just in time to defend. He also was able to reset the Viking count, so he was able to rebuild his Colossus, and the Colossus actually traded very well towards the end of that game in that final fight. GG, well played. Ooh, with that, Trigger, he does take a 2-0 lead, and Trigger, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. Uno más, papi, uno más. The bank saved Trigger. Kind of, yeah. I mean, Trigger, he had, what was it, like 4k mineral bank? He had a really large mineral bank. He didn't really have much gas to work with, but he had a lot of minerals, so he can keep reinforcing, warp in with more zealots at least. Here we go. Catching up. Trigger has no observer, so he can't see and storm that well. That's true. Trigger, he had very limited vision when it came to like how he could engage. That's in regards to like the early half of the game. Trigger's in such a good spot because he has the entire map. Kind of. I mean, it's a little bit more standard for Protoss players to like gain map control towards that stage of the game. As you saw, despite that, like Gabe, he was still taking down a lot of bases. He was still fighting back. Like that was still a very close game towards the end. I think both players had like 30 workers. Like both players had a really small army as well. Well, still very close. Still very clutch. But here we go. We're jumping into our next game. We're jumping into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. As it's been a while. It's been a while as we're loading into a much older map in the map pool. It's been a couple of years since we featured it regularly in tournaments. Welcome to Gressvan. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gressvan, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk, leading the series 2-0. It is a Trigger. We be vibing. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Big game. Here we go. The pressure is on again. Gabe, he is down 0-2 in the series, and we're loading into Gressvan. As a reminder, Gressvan was a ladder map back a couple of years ago. I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, around like 2023, like around 2023 era of StarCraft. It's been a couple of years. Gressvan back in the day was one of the more macro maps in its map pool. I would still say the same here as well. Gressvan is a very large map, but likewise a lot of bases, very defendable here on your 3-4 base setup as well. And we do often see longer and later games, similar to what we saw in Tokamak, is what we're expecting on Gressvan. But we'll see. We'll see how Gabe does adjust his approach, as once again, double gas opener out of the Terran. Here we go. Gressvan? Yes, right. I should also emphasize, this tournament is featuring an extended map pool. I say extended, I think we're replacing a couple of maps. Let me just double check here. Yeah, a couple of maps have been replaced here for Maestros of the game. So this tournament does not feature Lost Fantasy. Lost Fantasy is out. Torches is also out as well. So there's no Lost Fantasy, no Torches. Instead, they've been replaced with Grespan and Golden Wall and Sandworm as well. The third map that was removed was Ley Lines, that's it. So in this tournament, there's no Ley Lines, Lost Fantasy, or Torches. Instead, we got Grespan, Golden Wall, and Sandworm. And we've already featured a couple of games on Sandworm and Grespan. We have yet to feature a game on Golden Wall. For good reason, like, Golden Wall is a little bit more quirky. I say quirky, I guess we've had a lot of maps similar to Golden Wall. We always make reference. Golden Wall was kind of like one of the first of its kind. Talking about El Dorado, for example, or Torches. A map that has part of it completely sealed off by minerals before opening it up. Now though, Gabe is going to be deflected. Last game, Gabe did open up with the early Reaper Hellion in towards drop play. Into Raven, not Banshee. We'll see if he does the same this time, as we have invested a little bit harder here into Reaper Hellion. Triple Reaper, double Hellion, headed towards the natural. Trigger trying to keep up. Hellions take it in. Trigger forced to pull away. So far, so good. This time, no Raven. This time, it is going to be the initial Banshee. So, Banshee opener here out of Gabe. Investing harder into Cloak. This Reapers, they slip into the natural. Hellions into the natural as well, getting into the mineral line. The probes are taking a lot of hits. That shield battery putting in a lot of work, and so far Trigger does hold. He does hold, takes down the Hellion, takes down the Reaper, does defend. Now the scary thing here is that because of this defense, because of the force fields, and because of the Guardian shield as well, it means no Hallucination Scout. Not yet. So Trigger, he doesn't see what's coming his way. He's not aware of the Cloak Banshee, as he's been forced to spend his energy defensively instead. So in a sense, even though Gabe isn't dealing that much economic damage, he's at least denying the scout. And you can argue that that's good enough. As Reaper does get the main, does get eyes on Blink and on the Temple Archives. So Blink into early Storm before the third. We have our first Banshee, second Banshee's on the way. And here comes that Hallucination. Again, because the scout is so late, he will not scout Cloak, but can he spot one of the Banshees? Barely not. Yeah, the Banshee's already gone. There's the add-on swap. Upon noticing this add-on swap, he should be aware that, of course, there was a tech lab on that starport for quite some time. So Trigger, he can piece it together. But there's not much in the main. And two Banshees, they can one-shot workers. Can one-shot. Banshees move in, they can one-shot. Junior Pro's going to be going down. Has to line up those shots. There we go. It's going to be 4, 5, 6 probe kills already. Very nice. And the Banshees, they can try to get away. Oh, this is getting out of hand. Yeah, this is getting out of hand here. 9, 10 probe kills, 11 probes going down. He's not done. And he may just sack the Banshees. 13. Can we get 14? Oh, barely not. 13 worker kills. Nice damage here from Gabe. Behind this, working on that next step. Stim, combat shields +1. Not a 2-base all-in. Gabe is expanding. Third TC is on the way. So Gabe, he has a nice economic lead. Better start for Gabe, as he is moving out. Gabe is going to commit. Bearing in mind that Storm is ready for Trigger, he can take a fight. depending on the storms. As Trigger, he spots the main army. Trigger's aware. Gabe is setting up. Dropping into the main. Trigger's ready. He's ready, he will deflect. Medivacs will unload. Yeah, Trigger's too late. It's too late to move in. Immortal goes down. Once again, better trades for Gabe. He gets the Immortal, gets a High Templar as well. Gabe, he might just have too much here. There's one storm left. Not even. Kamiri stems in. The rest of the army trying to respond. And Trigger, he's in trouble here. Trying to hold on. There's the storm. Storm comes out just in time. And Trigger, he should be able to hold on. Does get the tank. Does hold. Whew, okay. Oh. Nice dodge. Nice dodge. Better snipe there from Gabe. Does pull over. Will lose some medevacs in the retreat here. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol by Gabe. He did not boost away. And he will lose everything. Every medevac goes down. Ay. Suddenly, this was not worth it. Gabe, he delayed the 4th base, sure, but he lost every single medevac. Lost 4 medevacs, the tank, the Marauders, the Marines, everything. Okay, we have it back and forth. Initially, it was a better start for Gabe, killing all those workers, but Gabe, he lost the entire army. Much more efficient fight for Trigger. Trigger dropping into the main. Does drop in. Storm, mainly Marauders. Still a lot of damage though. The Marauders, they send in the storms. Yeah, they do send in. Immortal goes down. Drop into the main. Does go for the warp in. And we'll see what Trigger can get done. No major damage yet. Gabe, he did pull away in time. But SCVs are still going down at the 3rd. Stalkers, they find another medevacs. They rally in. 2 medevacs go down. Brutal storm of the Marines. And Trigger is pulling Gabe apart. He's just absolutely pulling him apart here. Gabe, he cannot keep up. Losing 12 SCVs. Finally, Gabe is stabilizing. At least trying to. Oh, that's Trigger. He's not stopping. He's not stopping. Nice mine connection in the main. He still has another storm. Dropping down over towards the mineral line. And again, there's just not much in position. It's a kill, not a cancel. Getting another medevac. Jeez, so many medevacs have gone down this game. So many. Still has a storm. Oh, does land. The storm lands. Storms once again have been brutal, and GG gets called. Gabe is broken, and Trigger, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the group stage. GG. Whew. GG, well played. It wasn't a bad start for Gabe, to be honest. Again, he was able to get a lot of economic damage. Despite that, though, he still moved out with his main army, which was a little bit questionable. He moved out with his bio, with his tank. Despite getting that economic lead, he wanted to get even more damage. He ran into storms, he ran into Trigger. Not just that, though, he lost everything. The tanks, the bio, the Marines, the Marauders, and the medevacs. With that Trigger, he gained map control, he counterattacked, and at Gabe, he just didn't have the supply, didn't have the army left over, remaining to defend both the main base and the natural at the same time. He was torn apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, Trigger does snowball out of control, and Trigger with a I was gonna say a clean 3-0. A lot of these games were quite close, right? I'm winding it back to Tokamak. Tokamak could have gone either way. Tokamak was so very close, came down to the wire. I can see even Gresvan, if Gabe was maybe a little bit more tentative after the early damage, if he was maybe a little bit more careful and built up into a longer game, I can definitely see these games going back and forth, and even going to game 4, maybe even to game 5 as well. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Trigger does claim it, and Trigger does advance on. Let us go. 12 probes and win 2 minutes later regardless. Classic Protoss. I mean, you're missing the fact that Gabe threw away his army. It's like, that's what I'm trying to emphasize, that Gabe had a good start, and then he kind of lost his lead after losing everything across the map. There was kind of a lead up to that. But with that GG. With that GG, well played. With that, Trigger does claim the series, and we are halfway through. We're halfway through our series, we're halfway through our broadcast. As you can see here, we have SHIN. SHIN did take down Creator 3-2, advancing on. We had a Trigger taking down Gabe 3-0 as well, and now we have 2 series remaining. Another TVP. Bunny and Skillis are going to be facing off in the next round. We have another Turn versus Protoss matchup, followed by Lambo versus Astrea. We are halfway through. We're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have the rest of our broadcast. Will have the second half of our matches. See you then. See you soon for our next series. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Oh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the third series of the broadcast, our third best of 5, as we are jumping into the preliminary stage of the Maestros of the Game tournament. Here we go. We have another PvT ready for you and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gresvan. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player for Team Liquid. It is Skillus. Yo, we got all the StarCraft 2 posters in the background. Let's go. But we have Skills and we do have Bunny. Here we go as we are jumping into our fresh best of 5, and once again we are jumping into Gresvan. We were just here just a moment ago, but now we start the series on a very old map in the tournament map pool. Once again, to reiterate, this tournament does feature an extended map pool with some of the older and even some newer maps that can be featured. We have gotten rid of ley lines, Last Fantasy, and torches. They have been gotten rid of. And if you're in the chat, before I forget, you know what time it is? It is soon to be Gamba time. Hold on, I just have to quickly get something ready. There we go. Have to pay out the predictions for the previous series. But yes, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are open. Also, a big shout to Cosmos. Obrigado, papi, obrigado. Papi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cosmos, for the raid. Hope you had a great time. Hope everything's okay. For those that are curious, Cosmos, the raid that we just got during the break, he is the Brazilian stream, the Portuguese stream, and he was covering this event, but it looks like maybe something has come up, but it did end up heading off. But thank you so much for the raid nonetheless. Hope everything's okay. Hope everything's going well. Take care, baby. Take care. Este Cosmos. Here we go. Voten por el pan con chicharrón. Papi, ¿de qué estás hablando, papi? ¿De qué? What are you talking about? Ay, ay, ay. ¿Quién come pan con chicharrón? ¿De qué estás hablando? From here we have our check of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener at a Skillless to be expected. Meanwhile, Bunny back at home is going for an economic opener. Racks expand into a delayed factory here instead, so more economic out of our Terran. So a very different approach compared to what Gabe was going for. Gabe, 2 out of 3 games he did open up with a faster factory with double gas. That is not the case here for Bunny. Is not the case. Now, Bunny is one of the more aggressive Terran players out there. We speak about this all the time, especially when it comes to the Korean scene. Byun, he's probably the most macro-oriented Terran player in South Korea. When it comes to all the other Terran players like Maru, Gumiho, Bunny, Ryung, Kyor, they're much more aggressive earlier on. Now, I don't really know how to favor early aggression on Gresvan. Again, Gresvan is a larger map, longer rush distance by ground. We'll see how Bunny does kind of approach this game. We'll see where he takes us. For now, opening up Cyclone, safety bunker here on the low ground. We're calming down. On the side of Skillless, we do have a 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink Stalker should be on the horizon here, as there it is. A 3rd gateway is on the way into blink with a robo on 2 bases. Delayed 3rd. Again, this has become the standard. This has become the go-to. 3-gate blink, robo on 2 bases into a delayed 3rd. Just because of how aggressive Terran players have been in recent months. Desayuno, tacos de chicharrón, so close. Oh no. Oh no. Fun fact, I actually had chicharrón yesterday. Technically, this morning for breakfast, did have chicharrón. Chicharrón con yuca y camote frito. Sí, sí. Ese era mi desayuno. Oh god. Oh, the Spanish in the chat. For now, though, it is going to be a Banshee follow-up. Okay, so we have initially Cyclone, then into Double Tech Lab, into Cloak Banshee, Tank Production, into a 3rd TC. Okay, it's a very tech-heavy follow-up, I will say that at least, but we are going for an economic follow-up afterwards here. Delayed 2nd and 3rd racks in favor of a 3rd CC. So we are building up in towards a longer game, in towards the mid-game. Meanwhile, Skillless, he has map control. Of course, he has his, my apologies, I said 3-gate blink. 4-gate blink Stalker, hyper aggression out of Skillless. Ay, ay, ay. So with this, he is not expanding. He's going for a much later expansion. He's going for an extra gateway, much more blink Stalkers. Now he's pushing in, and he's looking to dive into the bases. We have 1 tank on the low ground, but we do not have a tank in the main. The main base is exposed, and Skillless, he can just overwhelm here and now. He's going for it. He can go for the kill. Dives into the main base. Cloak Banshee, no detection. True. No detection here, but the tank is exposed. We can dive on the tank, we can get into the mineral line and even dive on the add-ons. As the tank does go... Oh! Miscontrol! Yeah, it does misclick. There we go, tank does go down. But 0 detection across the map, and the Banshees, they will hold. But here comes the Observer. Observer moves in, Banshees are exposed, and Skillless, he can overwhelm. He can overwhelm here and now. Diving on the final tank. Banshees, they should be targeted. We have a bit of a name move there. A couple of Stalkers are being thrown away, but overall, Skillous, he will take over the main base, and he is here to take a lead in the series. Again, just hyper aggression out of Skillous, and Bunny never scouted. He never scouted the main base. He had no idea what Skillous was up to. GG gets called, and Skillous takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Aye, aye, aye. GG well played, a hyper-aggressive build. Again, something very rare nowadays. We do not often get to see 4-gate Blink Stalkers, not anymore. But alas, Gressvan, hey, back in the day, a couple of years ago, 4-gate Blink was actually in the meta. This is back when max packs almost purely went 4-gate Blink Stalker. As you can see, the main base on Gressvan is so large, it's so wide, there's so much room to kind of go into the main base, and hey, Skillous bringing it back. Does bring it back, does take a lead. Does take a lead, and with that, Skillous takes the first game, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Quickly double checking here, what exactly is the map order? Okay, so game 1 is Gressvan, game 2 Maganatha, game 3 Tokamak, game 4 Incorporeal, and game 5 is going to be on Persephone. Beautiful. Okay. So we have our map order, we have our setup here. Game 2 is going to be on Maganatha, again, one of the largest map in the map pool, very large map, longer rushes and spike rounds, and we'll see how our players do adjust here. Again, I'm sure after game 1, Bunny is going to be a little more on point and a little more diligent when it comes to scouting. When it comes to figuring out what exactly Skillous is up to. Again, Bunny, he was playing blind, go punish for it. Did get punished. Really poor build order matchup for it. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Again, like this, we were all kind of blind in how we were opening up. And here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the blue Protoss player. We have our blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. Here we go. So we are going to be settling into game number 2. And we'll see how our players do decide to open up here on Maganatha. Now, I don't expect to see Skillous go 4-gate Blink again. I'll be honest, I don't expect to see that again in this series. Kind of a one and done sort of deal, especially on Gressvan, where it can be a little bit more ideal, where it can hit a little bit harder. There are other maps where it can be more difficult. As you can see here, we have a bit of a more difficult road into the main base. There is going to be a Reaper Cliff, of course, but it's going to be a little bit less accessible to dive into the main. We're expecting something more safe and standard out of Skillous, but I will do a better job when it comes to counting gateways. Like, I just made the assumption that we were going to be cutting at 3 gateways and then focus on what Bunny was up to, and we'll keep a better eye on Skillous. Keep a better eye on him. Also, I'll flip the players over. Bam. Beautiful. We'll flip them over. From here, once again, economic opener out of Bunny, forced to delay his CC by a second or two. Skillous was being as annoying as possible. Nicely done. Skillus does keep his probe hidden. Make sure it doesn't get caught up by the Reaper before going back in. But again, there is no Reaper, it is Marine first. Which means Bunny, he'll have very limited scouting information once again. Probe is going to be zoned away. Early Tech Lab on the racks. From here, we're expecting an add-on swap into Cyclone, or we could even keep the Tech Lab on the racks for early Marauder. Meanwhile, Skillus does mix things up. There's the add-on swap, but Skillus, not a Twilight Council, opening up Stargate instead. Let's go. Again, I'm quite fond of these Stargate openers, especially on larger maps. Maps like Tokamak, Maganatha, or potentially even Torches. Torches has its place, of course. Not in this tournament. But we do have Stargates. With this, we can open up Orchid Harass or get into Phoenixes for map control to shut down drop play to contain the Terran. Of course, with the rise of 2-base all-ins, Stargate openers have fallen out of fashion and fallen out of favor. But again, still viable to get into every now and then, depending on the map. Phoenix production has begun. And Bunny has 0 scouting information and won't have any until he can get into his drop play. Medevac is on the way for the Marine, Cyclone drop. As Bunny is playing blind. Phoenixes are massing. Now, there's a world where, because Bunny is blindly going to get into his drop play, he may end up losing this, which would be brutal. Yeah, Probe Scout does get eyes on the would-be medevac drop. Skillus, he knows what's coming his way. And the Phoenixes are preparing. Oh, boy. And remember, Bunny doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's walking into. Stalkers do spread out. Drop is spotted. Skillus does pull away. Phoenix, they can lift. And the Stalker does go down. Yeah, it doesn't save the Stalker, but the Cyclone will fall. Overall, a better trade for Skillus, as he will catch the medevac and he will clean everything up. Do we unload in time? Can we save the Marines? He saves 2. Not even. We'll lose the medevac. We'll lose everything. With that, Bunny, he will lose map control, force back home. And again, the role here for these Phoenixes is just to contain. Just contain the Terran. And even pick off a couple of SCVs. Not bad. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 SCV kills. Behind this, not going for the Robo into Phoenix Colossus, going into Twilight Council into Charge instead. So Phoenix +1 and Charge lots on the way. So far, a better start for Skillus. Bunny's moving out. Again, these Phoenixes, they can have a hard time defending early on. We pull the boys, we come in on 2 bases. Oh, but he gets scouted. It is spotted here by Skillus. He's now aware. The boys are being pulled. And Skillus, can he survive this? Phoenixes, they can pick off the tanks at least. They can catch some reinforcements. But overall, the Phoenixes, they're kind of dead weight here. And we spoke about it at the start of this game, about how because of the meta of 2 base all-ins, that's why we rarely see Stargate openers anymore. And we're seeing it here and now. Here comes the all-in. And the Phoenixes, they're quite limited in what they can do. Charge is not yet ready. Yeah, Charge isn't ready. We got the bunkers on the way. Bunny is setting up. Oh no! Another Phoenix goes down. Brutal pickup. Another Phoenix falls. Bunny is getting on top of the natural. Charge is complete. And can Skillus get on top of these tanks? Oh, tanks on siege. Yeah, tanks are on siege. A lot of Phoenixes go down. And brutal positioning there from Skillus. But only one tank is firing. Does he have enough zealots? He doesn't. Yeah, not enough zealots. It is not enough. And Bunny, he has done it. He has broken the back of Skillus. Breaks through the third base. Breaks into the natural. Again, just a really rough position there for those Phoenixes. And GG gets called. Bunny ties things up. We have a back and forth. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And again, we saw kind of, again, the big reason as to why we have seen less Stargate openers in recent times in recent meta is because of these 2-base all-ins. Phoenixes, they really do struggle against that when we do decide to pull the boys, just because Phoenixes, they can lift up a unit at a time, and as long as you have Marines in position to protect your tanks, the Phoenixes, they cannot get much done. So really rough setup there from Skillus. It was also difficult because Skillus' Phoenixes were actually on the same side as the Marines, so they actually couldn't bypass the Marines well enough to get on top of the tanks. So it was a rough position. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 3. We have a back and forth. Who takes a lead in the series? We go. The whole position SCV are the MVPs, man. True, true. Held the line. Maybe instead of making extra Phoenixes, you could make more Oracles. I mean, it's... Oracles, you can argue that maybe they can like pop up with a stasis trap potentially. It is reliant on your opponent maybe not seeing that, but I don't think that would change necessarily the outcome of that game. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 3 and spawning in the top right hand corner. Top right hand corner here of Tokamak, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Falcons. It is a Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. For Team Liquid, it is Skillus. We go. Catching the chat. Yeah, as we mentioned, like, again, stasis traps have potential to pop off, but again, you're heavily reliant on Bunny not seeing the stasis trap and running into it. You could argue maybe that's a better chance than having extra Phoenixes. Maybe. So we're getting into game 3. Welcome on all to Tokamak. Tokamak, also one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, more defendable on 3 and 4 bases as well. And I don't really expect to see Skillus going for another Stargate opener again so soon, but I'm curious just because Skillus has gone for something different every game. Game 1 was 4-gate Blink, Game 2 was Stargate into Phoenixes. I appreciate that we've seen a lot of variety already out of Skillus. Show us what you got in Game 3. I feel like Tokamak would be mapped to just play standard and just go 3-gate Blink, but once again, Bunny opening up economically, going Rax Expand, has done so every game so far in the series. We go. Here our players are setting up. There's the Adam Soap. So once again, we have the same opener here. Rax Expand into Cyclone Follow-Up, into I would imagine drop play. But this time Skillus does open up Twilight Council. So Twilight Council into Blink. We'll keep a better eye on the Gateway count this time. Keep an eye on him. We'll see if we go 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink Stalker. That's the Skillus. Skills moves in, does get the setup. Is aware. Oh, gonna be opening up charge. Okay. Does go for charge instead of blink. Once again, going for something different. Going into early charge here can be ideal against something like a 2-base all-in. Imagine last game, for example, earlier charge means you can engage earlier on as well before the bunkers get up and running. Is in a way a safer way to open up. The downside, of course, is you have no counterplay against drops. Harder to shut them down, and here comes the initial drop out of Bunny. Does move out. We'll see what Bunny can get done. In a longer game, this typically leads into Storm. So we get the drop into the main. Remember, there is no blink, so the first Stalker should be going down. And Bunny goes further in. Cyclone does fall though. You're not able to save it. He will lose the medevac. Up! Oh, barely does boost away. Whew, it does boost away in time, but not the best trade here for Bunny. Trading a Cyclone for a Stalker. Ay, ay, ay. Bunny does escape. Back at home, getting into earlier stim. Interesting. Stim is going to be finishing up much earlier on. Tanks are amassing as well. And Bunny, he does move out. Here we go, we pull the boys, 2-base all in at a Bunny. This time this will hit with Stim. Stim is finishing up, and Skillets is aware what's coming his way. Remember, he does already have charge. Building up Immortal, shield batteries in production as well. We'll see if Skillets can engage ahead of time. There's going to be 3 shield batteries here at the third. Bunny rotating over towards the natural. Skillets not quite in position. Again, no shield batteries at the natural. No shot. The setup is on the other base. Tanks do siege. Skillets going for the dive. Does try to rush in. The SCVs do a great job tanking. An amazing job tanking. Yeah, the Marines, they do survive. Stim is done. Robo gets depowered. And we have all these shield batteries that aren't really going to help. Oh. That does force some friendly fire. Getting some of the wire. Getting some of the Marines, but not enough Zealots. Not enough Zealots here. Immortal goes down. Stalkers as well. And Bunny, he has done it. He has done it. He has broken through. Breaks through the defenses. Takes down the Immortals. The Zealots. The everything. Boys are being pulled, but too little too late. There's 1 Zealot left. And Bunny will overwhelm. Skillets, he saw the all-in coming his way. Unfortunately, he had all the setup here at the other expansion. Likewise, he was late to keep up with the rotation as well. And Skillets, he cannot keep up. He cannot defend. The production is exposed. 3 gateways get depowered. And Bunny just rallying in. At this point, just rallying on forward. Does get 1 tank. I mean, Skillets, he still has an economy to work with. Losing the space isn't the biggest of deals. Banking on more Zealots. He's banking in the main. Now Bunny can head on over to the third. Oh god, the tanks, if they are so secure. As the tanks are just surrounded by bunkers. Mining's being denied. And Bunny will overwhelm. It gets into the middle line. More probes going down as well. The shield batteries at this point, they do nothing. It's not good enough, man. And Skillets just processing the game here as GG gets called. Bunny, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. 1 game away from advancing on into the group stage. GG. GG, well played. a much faster series this time between Bunny and Skillous compared to the previous PvT. Bunny with the non-stop 2 base all-ins. Again, Skillous, he did have a better showing this time. He had a better defense, but alas, unfortunate that he was unable to keep up with the army movement of Bunny as Bunny rotated over towards the natural. Likewise, he wasn't quite set up for it when it comes to his army, when it comes to his side defense either. Was a little bit unfortunate there. GG. GG, well played. Bunny does overwhelm. And now we're getting into our next game, and I'll be honest, I feel like Bunny, there might not be too much reason not to go for the same build. He's done it twice now, and may as well do it again. Oh no. Up next, we're leading into Incorporeal. Incorporeal's up next. Another one of these larger maps. It's a little bit more quirkier. So the bases are more spread out, but I don't think Bunny really intends to get into a longer game. Not here, not in this series. Oh boy. Let's go. Supply blocks. Ah, there you go. There you go. Didn't quite notice, but unfortunate supply block as well. Out of Skillous. Ah, it's unfortunate. Yes, here we go. We're getting into game number 4. Potentially the final game of the series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Team Liquid. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran. We have the South Korean Terran for Team Falcons. It is Bunny. We go. Unfortunate supply block as well for Skillous. Aye, aye, aye. As we are opening up, every game so far, Bunny has gone for the Rax Expand. We're expecting that again here. Into Cyclone drop. True. Even game 1. Did go for it. As I would imagine if Skillous does expect the same builds again in this series, we should be seeing an earlier charge base opener, but we'll keep an eye on Skillous. Sorry, not game 1, game 2. That's what I meant to say. So my mind was blanking on Gressman. There we go, CC on low ground. Once again goes for the Marine. No SCV scout, no Reaper scout, no nothing out of Bunny. Doesn't care what Skillous is up to. I'm good. Not too concerned. So we have the same setup here. So Marine into Tech Lab, into Add-on Swap, into Cyclone is what we're expecting. Into Medevac drop. Skillous has gone for different approaches every game so far. Stargate play, early charge, 4-gate blink. We'll see if he goes charge again. So there is that Twilight Council. Meanwhile, the initial CC is going to be delayed, not bad. Building SCV goes down. Snipe does quite heavily delay, actually. A big delay on the CC. And we actually had, yeah, there we go. We have the starports into eventual medevac drop. but this will slow Bunny down. Once again, we do have charge. As we mentioned at the start of the last game, like, these charge-based openers, they're meant to defend against these all-ins. They're meant to keep you safe against, you know, these tank-based pushes. Meant to, but despite that, Bunny still was able to break through. We'll see if Skills has better chance and better luck this time. There's that third. And here comes the drop. Once again, we're setting up for the add-on swamp into early stim. It's the same build. It's just the same build. 3 games in a row. Which means there's a high chance we're just going to pull the boys again. Because of the delay, there are going to be maybe less SCVs to pull. That's a bit of a shakier start. Ooh, hallucination scat is denied. Skillity doesn't see everything yet. But let's get into the mineral line. We'll force back Bunny. Spots the third ranks. It does spot Stim that's being researched. Skills he knows. As far as he can tell, it does look the same setup here as last game. Everything's looking familiar. And here comes the move out. Our tank, we have our Marines. This is an earlier push. Previously, we hit with Stim. Here, we're pushing just before. Setting up at the center of the map. Hoping to catch any stray units. Skill is setting up 8 gateways back at home to defend. Sorry, 9 gate. Jesus. He's got a 9-gate setup. The boys are being pulled. No surprises here. Once again, 2 base all in at a Bunny, hitting with Stim. Hallucination just scouted how little SCVs there were at the natural. Skills he knows. And Skills is getting ready. I'm loving the sentry. He has force fields. He can force field. He can slice the army up. Likewise, Skills he has a flank ready. This time he's prepared, and this time he's going to be collapsing in. Yeah, from both sides. Does collapse in. Gets up the Marines. Gets up the tanks as well. And Skills, he should be able to clean this up. As he resets the tank counts, and this time Skills, he was ready. Against Tane build 3 games in a row. GG. GG gets called. Skills, he shuts it down, and Skills will force the ace match. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, the exact same build 3 games in a row that Bunny has gone for. Finally, Skills, he does go for almost a hard counter. He had 9 gateways up and running. He had Mass Zealot. He had the surround set up as well. He was very well set up. He confirmed it, of course, with the hallucination. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match, the final game of the series. And we're expecting Bunny to switch gears here, to change things up and to go for something a little bit different. I would hope, at least. GG, well played. With that, we're going to game 5. We're loading into Persephone. One trick pony. Well, I mean, the one time that Bunny didn't go for this build, he lost. That was on Gressfan, if you recall, where he went Cloak Banshee. That was the one game where he did something different. That was game 1. Go. 2x Marauder, 1 base all in. Well, Bunny, he's known for a lot of aggression and a lot of cheese in this matchup, so maybe could see Proxy Marauder. Jaren doesn't really have a lot of reliable options in this matchup. I mean, there are players that do embrace like more mid-game play as well. It's just Bunny isn't really that kind of player. Like stylistically, I mean. I think maybe that's one of the better things about TVP at the moment is that we do have a lot of variance. So for example, Cure's been playing a lot of mech. Cure and Gumiho, to be fair, they've been playing a lot of mech against Protoss. I think Gabe has been embracing that as well. Likewise, we've seen Björn, who plays a lot more 3-base heavy, a lot of drop, very drop play heavy instead. Clem has like a mix of the two. Ethical Protoss, oh no. Kappa. They don't exist, Pappy, what do you mean? Oh no. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player, with the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Terran player, red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is a Bunny. Let us go. Is water wall green? It is. it blends into the ether, Pappy, into the background. Ah, no. Let's go. As Bunny does mix things up for the first time in a long time, for the first time this series, Double Gas to open out of Bunny, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC, going for something more tech heavy. Okay, so Bunny, he will mix things up after the 2-base all-in finally fails. After it finally doesn't work, we do shake it up. Hero, the last honorable Protoss. Yo, TL Hero doesn't play anymore. It's the wrong hero, Pappy. It's the wrong hero. Smurge. As the factory is on the way. Technically, this can turn into a 1-base all-in, but we should be going for a delayed expansion after the factory. Skills is here to confirm. Hero just dropped out of the ASL. Oh no. Yo, shout to Magna for being the only person to spell hero correctly. let's go. Este Magna knows how to spell. It's crazy, crazy. But now we're getting to our 1-1-1 Widowman drop opener out of Bunny, and so far we're selling into what looks to be a more standard game. Let's go. Let us go. Likewise, now there's a higher chance that Skills will be opening up Blink. We'll keep an eye on him. As he's yet to confirm what Bunny's up to. Reaper Hellion does push in, shield battery is done in time, Skills does hold, Skills does deflect. Ooh, once again opening up Charge though, okay. Charge is on the way. As we mentioned previously, this is meant to shut down these early tank pushes, these early all-ins, but we're expecting that that's not going to be the case from Bunny. Expecting. As here comes the mine drop. Blue Station's moving in. I believe we'll be able to spot the Widow Mines, and Skills can prepare back at home. I love Hero. No, no. It's art all over again. Drop is moving in. So far, Skills does react in time. We'll bait out the first shot. We'll lose one. There's one at the same time. Bunny does hit the natural. So far, skills, he's trying to keep up, but probes are going down. Yeah, losing up to 4, up to 5 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, rough start for Skillus, as he will lose a 6th worker. 6 probe kills, and Bunny, he gets away. He just pulls out. Does pull out. Oh, I didn't even notice there were moopies in the background. All the way in the corner of the map. Let's go. With that, a nice start for Bunny. He still has both Widowmine saved as well. Saves both Widowmine, saves the Reaper, saves the Hellion. Very efficient play here out of Bunny. And from that, Bunny getting into the mid game. Getting into his own biotank setup. Stim is almost done. Once again, early stim out of Bunny, which means he has the option to pull the boys again. He's committing. Lower SCV count. He is going to be pushing. Back at home, we have Blink on the way from Skillus. Did open charge. This Bunny does push. Stim will finish up in time as the army gets across the map. And the boys are being pulled to base all in. He got here in a different way, but he's still going for the same stim timing. And this time, Skillus is not as prepared. He's investing into production, not into army. Zealots are getting caught out, and Skillus, the pants are down. The army's not ready. The army is not ready here. Skillus, he thought we were getting into a longer game. He's teching, throwing down production. He needs more Zealots. He needs as many charges as he can get. As Bunny does push forward. Shield Barrier's not ready. We'll bring it down. Zealots are coming in from behind. Can he get onto the first tank? Ah, not quite. Yeah, tank does survive. Shield Battery goes down. Skillus is buying time for extra warp ins. He supply blocked. No. Skillus is supply blocked. He cannot warp in. He has production. He has 700 minerals in the bank, but he cannot spend his money. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And the all-in is going to be able to work. It's going to be able to break the natural. Skillus trying to catch reinforcements. But the tanks are moving in. We have 2 pylons on the way. As the rallying tank even avoids... Okay, never mind. Rallying tank does go down. Nice save. Very nice save out of Bunny. Barely saves the tank. He's there to repair. And Skillus, he cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not without his production. Gateway's depowered. Robo depowered as well. Skillus at least catching some Marines. But we have the slow push of bunkers. Slowly moving in. Bunny. Jesus, that's a lot of bunkers. And I mean, again, that just means the Zealot can't engage. He cannot engage. He's going to try to, though. Does find a way in. Gets on top of 1 tank. Tank shots are brutal. Zealots are going down. Gets a 2nd tank, just barely. At the same time, Widowmine drop into the main. And Bunny's still just pushing forward. So again, pulls back. Makes use of that SimCity. We lose another tank. Down to 2. 2 tanks left, but now there are no Zealots. Boys are being pulled. Bunny, he can stim. He can win. He can focus out the Immortals. 1 goes down. The 2nd goes down. No Immortals left. Only Zealots. And Bunny has done it. There is no army remaining. No economy either. GG. As Bunny, he will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the group stage of Maestros of the game. GG. GG, well played, Bunny. Again, all roads lead to 2-base all-in for Bunny. Ay, ay, ay. Did go for that stim 2-base all-in once. Again, he got there in a bit of a different way. It was a really nice start, getting economic damage. Unfortunately, Skillus, he was deceived. He believed that we were getting into a longer game as well. That's why he was taking up into Blink. That's why he was getting extra gateways. That's why he was getting another expansion. And that's also why he had no army. With Bunny pushing across the map, there was 13 army supply. 13 army supply. That's all that Skillus had. The supply block didn't help either. The supply block was also a brutal moment for Skillus, as he was caught with his pants down. He was unprepared for the all-in. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Bunny, as he does make it through. And with that, we have 1 series remaining. We have one series left here in tonight's broadcast. As you can see here, we do have our lineups. We have Shin advancing on over Creator, we had Trigger over Gabe, we had Bunny over Skillus, and now we have one series left. It's going to be a ZVP between Lambo and Astrea. This is going to be a rematch. This is going to be a rematch of EWC. If you recall, both of these players were in the play-in stage of the Esports World Cup, and Lambo, sorry, they faced off, was it in the Last Chance qualifier? They were also in the play-in stage as well. They were both in the play-in stage. They also did play in the Last Chance qualifier as well, in the global qualifier. So we have seen Lambo and Astrea face off quite a number of times, and typically has been in favor of Lambo. I would say that right now Astrea's best matchup is PVT. He's shown some very, very solid and in some ways, I would say, unethical late game PVT, slowing the game down and cutting the map in half. But there's no Terran opponent here for Astrea. Instead, it is a Zerg player. So we'll see. We'll see if Astrea can redeem himself. We'll see if he can keep up. We'll see if he can take down Lambo. Best of luck. Best of luck. As it would be nice to have some more NA representation. Trigger's already in, true. Trigger, he's already in, the Canadian Protoss. We'll see if an American Protoss can join him. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have that final best of 5 of the broadcast. We'll get there. They should update the score after the game. What do you mean? What do you? True, they should. They should. I think they have. Catching up. Reminds me of Coffee back in EPT when he used to NG base to force a choke. True, Tron Oxide. That was a huge moment when the Coffee pulled that off. That's also in my mind. That's burned into my memory. Big moment. Big moment. No way, Lai was about to be rage baited. It's fine. It's fine. Este Magna. But yeah, with that, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast. Here we go as we find ourselves in that final series, in that final game, and we have our two remaining players here, Lambo and Astrea. Also, one moment here. I don't think we're meant to have their audio, but we do. Oh god. Oh no. Astrea, we can hear you, papi. We can hear you. Can I fix that? Can I remove the audio? Ah, god. Yes, we are featuring Astrea audio. Let's go. Let's here we go. As we're getting into our next game. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Sorry, just a little bit distracted. Okay, but here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our final series of the broadcast, getting into our best of 5, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself. We have the American Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. Here we go.
Game paused.
Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause here, and I think, yeah. That's that. Fun fact: my solution was I just turned off the cam, but now I can turn it back on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think they were. They're like, Astrea, we can hear you. We can hear you, papi. Oh no, he's like cursing under his breath. Ah no. Kappa. Oh, good. Okay. I'll add him back.
Game
Beautiful.
resumed.
Beautiful. We have our Lambo and our Astrea. Let's go. Let us go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5. Here we go. I can also move these over a little bit. There we go. I can also move it over as we are jumping into our series. And as we settle into this here, I'm curious to see how our players will approach this. Now, this is going to be a rematch. Lambo, he was able to look very strong and very dominant against Astrea during the EWC circuit. During the qualifiers, during the play-in stage, we saw Lambo look very informed, very on point. Again, I would say that coming into this Astrea, his strongest matchup is PvT. His PvZ, if he can get to a longer and later game, he can look very strong himself, but getting there is going to be the issue. Lambo, he typically thrives in the mid game. We've seen a lot of aggression out of Lambo to punish and to stop the Protoss from really building up and becoming a problem. So we'll be keeping an eye on Lambo. We expect standard openers until the mid game. From the side of Astrea, he can be very diverse in his play, for sure. The pylon gets thrown down. It's a little bit further back, so we may decide to hide some tech. It isn't confirmed by any means. This is for certain, but has the option to do so. As the Overlord is moving in, does open his Adept. And we're settling into Maganatha. Lambo and Astrea changed. Sorry, we were just fixing things up. Just fixing things up. As now we do have our Stargate opener out of Astrea. Moves out with the Adepts. Everything looking normal so far. Lambo, he pulls out of gas, just gets link speed, and is focusing on droning, on saturation, on keeping up with the Adept. But yes, we have fixed the out-of-game graphic as well. Has all been fixed up. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted by hearing Astrea's breathing. Was just trying to fix that up. Very good. As Astrea does open up Stargate and is going to be going Void Ray first. Okay, this is a little bit out of the meta nowadays. It's been a while. The purpose of the Void Ray opener is to deny vision. Deny vision, deny scouting. Adepts, they do get into the middle line. One drone goes down so far, not bad. He gets one, he denies mining. But he shouldn't get another. As Ducklings do pull away, and Astrea does escape. Does pull out. Oh, and the Overlord, do we confirm the tech? Barely not. Barely does not here as Lambo is in the dark. That's going to be an early Twilight Council. No Forge. There's a higher chance here. It's going to be Void Ray into Glaive Adept. So a cheeky build here by Astrea. Again, the purpose of the Void Ray is to deny vision, and so far has done so. Has denied the Scout. With that, Lambo is setting up. Spores are on the way. On top of that, Lambo, he knows that he's in the dark. He knows that he doesn't know exactly what the follow-up is going to be, so he may go for a safety Ro24 anyway. Oh, that's not Glaives. We're going into early Blink. Okay. So early Blink Stalkers. Now, typically, I believe this is going to be lined up in such a way where Astrea can punish the 4th expansion. He can move out. He can potentially break the 4th base. The downside here is that Astrea, he won't have +1. +1 is going to be heavily delayed here as there is no Forge for Astrea. So here the Forge is late, so late Forge, late +1 in favor of early Blink. And we'll see what he can get done. We'll see how greedy Lambo is going to be, if at all. Behind this, Ro24, Evo Chamber, +1 range most likely. Getting into a longer game. Lambo should be soon expanding. There it is. There's that 4th base. And Astrea, he doesn't head towards the 4th yet. He does push towards the 3rd. Bolts move. Lings, they attempt to surround. The Blink is not done. Yeah, Blink is 10 seconds away. So far, Lings there to engage. And Blink should be able to save most of these Stalkers. 1, 2 Stalkers go down. Ay. Brutal losses there for Astrea already. Yeah, brutal losses in Astrea. He doesn't deny the 4th base. He was going for the 3rd. Fails to get damage done. Lambo defense. And so far, this is a better start for Lambo. Again, the early Stalker, the early Blink timing there was crucial for Astrea, as everything else was delayed in favor of that, and wasn't quite worth it. Wasn't quite worth it in the end. With that, Lambo's getting comfortable. He should not lose his space. Getting into the Infestation Pit. Into Hydrotech. Oh, and Lambo, he will even deny the 4th. It does force a cancel. Again, Lambo, he's gained map control, he's gained momentum. Astrea, he's stuck at home, stuck on 3 bases. Going for a massive gateway explosion. There's 4 more gates on the way. More gateways, Storm, Prism is in production. This tells us that Astrea most likely wants to push, wants to commit on 3 bases. And I believe Astrea, he should hit before Lurkers. Before Lurker Tech. Lurker Den is on the way, Hive is on the way. Until then, Lambo, he's stuck with Ling Hydra. Lambo, he could trade well. Never mind. I assumed he was going to push out, and he still may. Where's the Prism? Prism is harassing. Yeah, Astrea is throwing down a wall of cannons. He's setting up defensively. He's turtling up. And that means that Lambo, he should be able to get his Hive and take up into those upgrades into Lurkers. As the War Prism does move out. Straight supply block. Oh god, oh no. That was that's the worst time to be supply blocked. We have 3-4 pylons on the way. No warp in as we have no supply to warp in. Oh god. That was rough. Ay ay ay. Setting up all the pylons. And again, this just means that Lambo, he's free to do whatever he wants. He's free to get up to 84 workers, take more bases, build up his lurker counts, build up his upgrades. Lambo has been very comfortable this game. Now, defensively, Astrea can still take a fight. Astrea's win condition here is to just turtle up on 4 bases and get into Sky Toss. That's the hope. It's not going to be easy, not with the high lurker count. But nice storms. There's 3 storms thrown down. No detection! Oh no! No detection. Lurker shot's going off. Takes down some High Templar. And an Archon as well. Yeah, that was 1 Archon, 1 Templar going down. Brutal losses for Astrea. As Lambo does push in. Gets behind the mineral line. Pushing further. Yeah, leads to get into the mineral line here. There's no storms left, and Astrea is being broken. He cannot defend. He cannot get away. High Templar goes down. We have more storms coming in. Some good storms on the Lings, but the base is still under fire. And that's still 13 probes going down. Oh god, brutal losses here. It's 2 more lurkers full. Sorry, 2 more High Templar full, I should say. Zealorombi will distract. Everybody's being distracted. Astrea, he saves the expansion, he saves the 4th. And Tempest are slowly building up. And again, if Astrea is given enough time, he can build up his Tempest count, his carrier count. He can stabilize and max out, if given time. But Lambo's being active. We are catching out 2 High Templar, full of energy as well. Ay, ay, ay. Templar getting caught out. Lambo is going for the kill, pushing into the natural. He just bypasses the fringe bases, getting into the production, does force a recall. But recalls into the army. As that should be the final storms. Yeah, the final storms popping up. Lurkers are moving in. And Lambo's done it. Lambo, he has done it. He has broken the back of Astrea. Sure, there are some Tempests, and sure, they're getting some free shots up on the lurkers. That's gonna be the natural going down, and Lambo, you just keep on pushing in. You get ahead for the main. Oh. Bruno does pull back. Behind this, more Hydras. I don't believe there's a Spire, but he doesn't need one. You just commit here to Hydra Lurker Viper. Keep going. There's that Spire that's on the way. Just to make sure he doesn't get outscaled. Recall's on cooldown. Bear that in mind. As recall was just used. And Lambo's going back in. It's just going back in. little bit late to burrow. So it's the main at the same time. Main pushes towards the fourth. Tempest are lying in wait. And barely one Tempest goes down, the Nexus as well. And again, Astrea, he's just been treading water for the past couple of minutes here. Trying to survive. Trying. But down goes the fourth again. And winning it back, this all just came down to the early game as well. Like, Astrea, he lost so much map control early on. The early blink timing did not pay off. And Astrea was just pulled apart. He's getting up to 7 Tempests, but again, we have 15 Corruptors on the way. That's a lot of Corruptors. Isn't just the early blink. I mean, getting supply blocks when he was trying to harass across the map was also brutal. And there it is. GG gets called, and Lambo, he does take game number 1. He takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Does take a lead. Again, just a really rough game there. A really rough start for Astrea. When it came to the early blink timing, when it came to the supply block, when he was trying to harass across the map, like, that was... I love that didn't quite go Astrea's way there, and hopefully we can tighten things up here as we are getting into game 2, as we are heading on over to the Americas server. Let's go. Again, Lambo also had the ping advantage coming into game 1, but now Astrea can get a little bit more comfortable here. As game 2 is going to be on Incorporeal. Yo, Astrea. Orgullo peruano. Ah, no. So just catching up with the chat. Catching up, Abby, catching up. Now, coming into Incorporeal here, I mean, we have seen Zerg players be a little bit more diverse in their play. It is a bit of a larger map, true, but hey, suddenly we could see Lambo be a little bit more tech-heavy and go into Spire play. We'll keep an eye on him. He doesn't really have to mix things up too much. Likewise, Astrea did try to go for an early Twilight Council in that last game. We'll see if he does so again. We'll see if he plays more standard. Astrea, he's typically known for having more quirky builds, typically. I hope that's the case here as well. Would hope so. Hope so. Yeah. Just setting up. It's gonna be a frustrating game 1. You can do it though, Astrea. I believe. I believe. Give us a series, man. Give us a series. Also, I hope Astrea is okay. I don't know if you noticed, but it looks quite hot in the Americas right now. Oh no. Get the fan going, Pappy. Get it going. You know, Lambo, he's smudging in the dark. He's got his curtains drawn. As I believe it's quite late in Europe, I think. I think we're getting up to midnight. This is on US East. Game 2 is going to be on US East. Game 1 was on Europe. Game 1 was on Europa. So Lambo did have the ping advantage in the first game. jumping into game 2. So Smurge, happy Smurge. Almost 10 p.m. in EU. There you go, there you go. $37°C. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Astrea, he's cooling off. That's what jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if we make a series out of this. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Here we go. As we are jumping into game number 2 again, Lambo just having a very solid game 1. He was able to gain map control, shut down the initial aggression, even forcing mistakes out of Astrea. Hopefully Astrea can shake it off and get back into the game, get back into the series. But the pressure is on. The pressure is on. As a reminder as well, this is a best of 5. This is also the final series of the broadcast. So again, we've had 4 best of 5s already here tonight. Well, this is the 4th best of 5. A lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft, and this is merely only the beginning of the tournament. This is still the preliminary round, bearing in mind that this will all lead into the group stage, which will be played out next week. So we still have plenty more matches, plenty more StarCraft to come. As Lambo, he does delay. Does look to cause a little bit of chaos across the map. Esther Lambo going for the gas steal. No, he pulls off the gas steal as well. Just being as annoying as possible. Esther Lambo. From here, does set up back at home. Again, forcing some denied mining time. Yep, delays the gas. To deal with this Astrea, he can just take his gas geyser at the natural, but remember, the natural waste is also slightly delayed as well, so delayed extra gases. We'll slow Astrea down a little bit. Ideally, also a little bit of mental damage as well. Just forcing his opponent to be that much more frustrated. As we're settling in. Isn't Astrea West Coast? I think he is West Coast. I think. Nine, 10, 11 p.m. on EU, depending on the region. Fair, fair. Here it is 6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. in the morning. The sun is rising. I'm literally watching the sun rise. It looks good. Looks good. As dawn is breaking. See, that does bust into the main. Does get a drone kill. Not bad. It's a worker. And behind this, opening up Twilight Council. Okay, a cheeky start out of Astrea. So we are getting into our game. Astrea still harassing across the map, and with this we can open up Blink, we can open up DTs, we'll keep an eye on the gases as we're still on a 2-gas setup. As the gas guys are still in the main. And there we go, Glaives are on the way. Interesting. Usually when you get into Glaive Adepts, you pull a little bit out of gas. The fact that we're still in gas means that this could be 6k Glaive Adepts, or it could be Glaives plus Dark Templar alongside them. We'll see if Astrea does eventually pull out there. So now we have a 4-gate setup. So 4-gate Glaives. More prisms on the way. And you can see Lambo is still in the dark, still trying to scout, checking for a third. Early Ro24, good reaction, good response. So Lambo, he will have defensive roaches. Prism is on the way. This trade behind this is going to be expanding. The excess gases might just be because of the delayed gas initially, just to catch up. But here we go. He is moving out. There's a third. There's that third base. Lambo, he fully walls off his natural. Denies any shades. And there's only one drone at the third. So a nice setup at a Lambo. Won't lose too much. I mean, there's not much to lose. Roach production's underway. The queen is going to be shut down. Kills the queen. Kills the drone. Astrea, can he get into the natural? For now, just trading against the Zerglings. Not bad. Takes off more Zerglings. But the roaches will zone away. And again, Astrea, he's less potential. He can still get into a base. He can still try to shade in. Dropping into the natural. Lambo supply blocked. Uh-oh. Yeah, 4 overloads being built. Now it's Lambo's turn to be supply blocked. True. Oh no. Nice positioning on the high ground. Ooh, one of them goes down. But still gets 1, 2, 3, 4 drone kills. Gets 4 drones, and from here we're just building up into a longer game. Forge on the way, immortal production as well. Astrea, he's saturating his third. The Prism taking a lot of hits. The Depths, they do shade away. They get the hell out of there. Oh no! Brutal Interception. Prism goes down. Brutal loss there for Astrea. Ay, ay, ay. And it's been a bit of a shaky start here. On the one hand, Lambo did lose some workers. He's lost 9 drones in total. I mean, that is damage. At the same time, Astrea had a delayed expansion, so he still has some catching up to do. Astrea did at least retain all those adepts. Or most of them. As that is going to be 3 adepts going down. Oh, just the one. As Lambo gets caught out instead. Gets caught out. That's what, 2, that's almost 3 roaches. Behind this, Lambo getting into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Bailey Nest is on the way. This is more of a mid-tier or mid-game kind of army setup here. We're not taking up into Hydras. Just purely Lingbane Roach Ravager. Astrea is moving in. War Prism's on the way. Astrea, he's committing here on 3 bases. He is committing. It's all or nothing. 5 more gates behind this. Aliens are just not finishing. Astrea getting up to 9 gateways. +1 is almost done. Astrea, he does have a couple of force fields as well. And so far he does zone away a good portion of the army though. The force fields are being broken. Baileys are connecting. Oof, brutal connections. Yeah, sentry count's being reset. No more force fields. And Lambo, so far he is holding. He holds well. He trades out his Bailings. Takes care of most of the sentries. And Astrea, he still needs more damage. Here he rotates over, and you can see the supply now swinging in favor of Lambo, swinging heavily in favor of Lambo. He's not droning, purely just army production. Just more Lingbane Roach Ravager. And Astrea doesn't really have much going for him. He has no splash damage, no Colossus, no Storm. He's stuck on mainly Blink Stalker and Immortals. And Lambo's about to max out. He's about to max out. Astrea, he's been so aggressive and so committed so far in this game. It just hasn't paid off. He had some nice moments here and there, but it has still been shaky. Even here, he's getting some nice damage, but Lambo is pushing. Like, he doesn't care. It's too late, papi. 6. I mean, this is a lot of damage. 8 drones going down for 2 adepts. Bailing speed is done. Lambo is pushing in. How many sentries? 3. Here we go. 3 sentries. We have a decent amount of force fields. Lambo, he is going to commit. Coming in from both angles. Nice force field so far. Bailey's mainly crash into Stalkers, but more Baileys are trickling in. And Bailey's collapse on the army. The Immortals are exposed, and the Immortals are going to be going down. There's no War Prism here. There's no Prism. There's no save of the Immortals. Oh. So I'll hold on to 2. Trying to at least. But again, they should go down. And Lambo is just rallying. He's just rallying across the map, and he has broken Astrea. The boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. And there's just nothing here to defend. Again, Astrea, he was so aggressive. He was so all in this game, and the all in failed for the Protoss, failed for Astrea. And this is getting out of hand. 25 probe kills. There's a handful of Stalkers left. And GG. GG gets called. Lambo, he'll break on through. Lambo takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Lambo, he does extend his lead here. Again, Astrea, he went initially 4-gate Glaze, which is not an all-in, by the way, but he went for a follow-up 3-base all-in. With the Immortals, with the Sentries, he didn't take his gases, he didn't saturate his 3rd base. He stayed on a lower probe count, on a lower kind of tech setup as well, and it did fail. That was the moment where he traded out all of his Sentries for the Bailings, and he was just bleeding out too much supply. After that failed push at the 3rd base for Astrea, he just got outscaled. He just got outscaled then and there. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Lambo takes a 2-0 lead. And with that, Lambo needs one more game to claim the series. Oh boy. Here we go. As game 3 is going to be on Persephone. Again, it's been a bit of a shaky series here for Astrea. I'm hoping that we can get it back and forth. I'm hoping that we can bring things back here, but the pressure is on. Persephone is smaller than Magnatha, smaller than Incorporeal, so a bit of a smaller map here. This is where aggression can be more favored, but I don't see Astrea going into Glaive Adepts again. Not 2 games in a row. Yeah, boy. The sun is up, by the way. I just giving you guys an update. Do apologize for being a little bit out of it by here towards the end of the broadcast. A little bit out of it. It's been a long day, Pappy. It's been a long day. But here we go. We can make it, Pappy. We can make it. I think I was misspeaking a lot in that last game. We can lock in there. Can look in, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player. We have the American Protoss down heavily in the series. The pressure's on. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. Leading the series 2-0 and 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on into the group stage. Remember, this is still the preliminary round. There is still a group stage after this. The players are merely qualifying for that group stage. Oh boy. They are really qualifying. There's still much more to go here when it comes to Maestros of the game. Once again, a big shout out to Comeback TV, big shout out to Comeback TV, big shout out to the French community for organizing, for hosting, for running the tournament, and also shout out to all the backers as well, as there was some crowdfunding for the event, and they got a lot of support for the tournament real fast and real quick. So much love to those that did support. those that did back. As we still have non-stop StarCraft. From Home Story Cup, EWC, DreamHack, FEL, into Masters of the Game. We still have Cheeseadelphia towards the end of the year. We have another Home Story Cup on the horizon as well. SC2 Safe House, true, that's also right around the corner. SC2 Safe House. I feel like there's another that's kind of... Oh, right, RSL, yeah. I was like, I feel like there's another that's like escaping my mind. But yeah, RSL is also this month. True. Oh, the StarCraft. As this time we do have a Stargate opener. Okay. Stargate opener out of Astrea. So far opening up standard. Again, after the shenanigans in the last game. Slowing things down here. Getting to a Stargate. Most likely into Oracle. Into a standard game. Likewise, this time there's no crazy like hatch delay or Nexus delay, no gas seal in the main. Again, it was just a bit of a more awkward start on Incorporeal. So here we go. It's a nice save. Nice sport tricks here at the Lambo. Doesn't lose any drones. Oracle's on the way. Astrea does thread in the shade. Does thread, but once again, no major damage. No major pickups. Lambo's keeping up. Astrea should be expanding. Adepts are almost getting caught out. They do shade away. So far the Queens are in position. We'll lose 2 drones, but so far acceptable losses. Deals a lot of hull damage to the Oracle, and Astrea does pull away. So Lambo's keeping up. Astrea is going to keep going. Once again, we'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing. If we see it earlier on, we could see more early aggression. We saw that in game 1 with the early blink timing. But this time there is no Twilight Council. Not yet. So this is looking pretty stock standard for Astrea. Yep, Twilight Council Forge, +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up. Meanwhile, a 430 safety Roach Warren here at the Lambo. Double Forge, wait, what? What? wait, what is happening? Double Forge, double Twilight Council, is that a misclick? Did we just like double up? What is happening? That's not intentional. No shot. We have 2 pairings here. Oh no. Astrea. Again, we threw down the Twilight Council Forge and then we did it again. I don't think this was intentional here. Okay, never mind. I mean, we're gonna make use of it. We got 1-1 on the way. We got Blink on the way, but we don't really have enough money for anything else here. Oh, when life gives you lemons, we get zesty, Pappy. We get zesty. So again, because Astrea has the second forge, we're getting +1 armor. Just so we can make use of it in some way. Okay. It's fine, Bobby. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, hey, this means we can be gateway heavy. Temple Archives follow-up into Storm. Double Oracle finding a queen. Not bad. 1 queen goes down. Adept stay shading to the mineral line. Get a couple of workers. 3, it's going to be up to... Oh, just 3. Just 3 drone kills. Getting up to 6. As the Oracles, they barely get away. Nice control there by Astrea. Goes back in, gets 2 more. 8 in total. Before Astrea pulls out. Does pull out, does pull away. Lambo going for pneumatized carapace. This is indicative here of a German taxi. Lambo, he's on 3 base saturation, and I don't think he's going to join up any further. The 4th base just for lava. We're committing, we're building up, going for nothing but lings, roaches, queens, and a massive all-in. Let's go. Let's go. Stray is taking up. He's investing into 2-2 upgrades. That is not going to help. We have 2-2 on the way, charge on the way, 4th expansion as well. But remember, Lambo, he's going for the all-in. Here come the Jumble Lords. Here comes the taxi. We're setting up. As Lambo moves out, Astrea's moving in. Lambo, he has to respond. He races back home. Does race home to defend. Hoping to catch out the army. Does force a recall. And this does delay Lambo. It buys time. Astrea, he's buying more time. This tells me the Storm will finish. Storm will finish in time. Lambo does load up. Astrea, at least he scouts, he knows. Astrea, he sees what's coming his way. We'll see what Astrea can snipe. Oh, going for the Dropper Lord. Doesn't quite get it. That was close. As we have Mass Blink Stalker setting up to defend. There are 2 High Templar. 2 Storms. First one lands. Very nice. The first and second Storm as well. But those are the only Storms. There's the NG overcharge. Final Storm. Things are going down. We're going to get the Zerglings, but still plenty of Roach Ravager. Lambo, he does push in, takes on the Cybercore. No more Blink Stalkers. Cybercore's being rebuilt. Remember, charge is already done. So Astrea can still warp in Zealots. Oof. As more Storms are connecting. Does force the Archon. Oof. Brutal piles. And Lambo, he might just have too much here. He's still rallying across the map, coming in from behind. Yeah, Lings that collapse on top of the Stalkers. Lambo does chase Astrea down. Oof. And from here, gets into the mineral line. Zealots are being cleaned up. Does get a mineral line. That's going to be 19 dead workers. Brutal piles. With those reinforcements trickling in, I don't know if Astrea has enough. He's trying to catch them, though. That's coming from behind. Catching out those reinforcements. Economically, Astrea is still in a decent position here, but the army still has not been dealt with. And oh no, he gets more workers. 29 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Astrea does have 2-2. He has the upgrades at least. He doesn't have the numbers. As Lambo turns around. Does turn around, does chase down some of those Stalkers. Oh, he does abandon some of these Ravagers though, and these Ravagers are going to be cleaned up. Nice catch for Astrea. Yeah, blinks on in. Astrea with the Mass Blink Stalker popping up. Yeah, Lambo, he did make a rough decision. He left half his army across the map. GG gets called. The Ravagers get hunted down. And Astrea, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Lambo, he was dealing damage, but Astrea, I mean, hey, the double forge paid off. It did pay off in the end. Astrea, he had 2-2 towards the end there, and he was able to force some mistakes out of Lambo. He was able to come in from behind, force Lambo to retreat to defend his, at least, production line, to defend the rally. Also meant that Lambo, he was dealt with half his army at a time. He was dealt with as he bled out all those roaches, all those ravagers, then the other half thereafter. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a series. We have a back and forth. We have a best of 5. Let's go. let us go. As up next, we're going to be loading into Ultra Love for game number 4. And Astrea, can you take us all the way to the ace match here? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, yeah, it did pay off. The double did pay off in the end. Last series for today? Yes, yes. Last series. When the Citadel gets sniped, it'll seem genius. True, true. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss fighting back, putting a point on the board, and making a series out of this. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg for Shopify. It is Lambo. Still one game away from claiming the series. On a mass, papi, on a mass. Just needs one more, and welcome one all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is known for all-ins, is known for German taxis. If you wanted to see that same build hit even harder, then Lambo could pull it off here on Ultra Love. The problem, though, is I don't know if it's wise to go for the same all-in 2 games in a row. I don't know if it's a wise choice to go for, so Lambo, we'll see. I'm sure he's tempted to attempt to go for another German taxi here. Again, Ultra Love is known for it, but we'll see if he takes the bait. Likewise, we'll see how Astrea does respond. Do we go for the double Twilight Council again? Ah, Gib. Let's go. We'll see what his follow-up is going to be. Go. Shade looks 6. It was said earlier that it's actually like very hot right now in where Astrea is. Earlier he actually brought the fan into his room to get the fan going. So apparently very hot. He's trying to cool down, baby. Trying to cool down. Is aircon broke? Yo. Imagine being rich enough to have aircon. It's crazy. Ah. So Lambo does take his 3rd. Back at home, we do have a Stargate opener out of Astrea. Putting up standard. We go. Astrea does claim his 3rd. And it's getting lag. Oh, hopefully everything's okay. I think there were some frame drops earlier. Hopefully everything's okay. As we have Astrea committing a little bit harder here to his Adept Aggression. We have 4 and we have another 2 Adepts on the way. So Astrea does move out. Does threaten. So far, Lambo's keeping up. Outside of this, nothing too crazy. Lambo is getting his third base. No saturation yet. A Stargate opener out of Astrea. Just Astrea committing harder this time to his aggression, to his harass. Lambo just playing safe. Here comes the rally. Early Eva Chamber on the way. This is indicative here of +1 melee. He cancels the Roach Warren. So Lambo, we haven't really seen too much Ling Hydra out of him yet outside of game 1. We're seeing it here in game number 4. Has catch on the Adepts. The rest do shade in. 3 drone kills so far. It's decent damage. As Lambo doesn't pull away, losing up to 7. Uh-oh. 7 8 drones go down. There's the recall. And Astrea does escape with 4 Adepts. 4 does make it back, and not a bad start for Astrea. Not bad. His third base is getting up. The Oracles are retreat to defend. And again, Lambo is not really set up to try to punish. Remember, he has no Roach Warren, so he has no Roach play available either. Just droning, just saturating. Now, this can still turn into aggression. We have seen a lot of successful 3-base all-ins with Ling Hydra, where you just mass up nothing but Hydras with your 6 gases. We'll see if Lambo drones up his 4th. So now we're still just saturating. Double Oracle into the natural. It's a drone. As we do get a catch here, Blink is not done. Wait, what? Blink is delayed. Oh, and that's going to be a brutal loss here, losing every single Stalker. I didn't quite notice here, but yeah, later Blink for Astrea. He gets caught out in the open, and he will lose every single Stalker. Ay, ay, ay. Behind this, Lambo, he still has a plethora of links to work with. Hydrogen is on the way. Remember, Lambo, he's still droning, still saturating, but a very strong start for Lambo. Cashing out all those Stalkers. Astrea, he's stuck at home, and Lambo, he's free to drone up on 4 bases. He's free to drone. Gases are being taken. Lambo getting comfortable. And Astrea, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home until Blink finishes up. Speaking of, Lambo still finding more damage. Denies the shield battery. Lambo joins up to 82. Ay, ay, ay. Joins up very heavily. And now he can focus on Hydra production. Now Lambo, he can just lock in. He decided not to take his gases at his 4th base, so we're not taking up into Hive or Lurkers or anything like that. I don't think he needs to. Just purely Ling Hydra for the time being. Ling Bane Hydra. And Astrea has to be so careful out here. Thankfully, this time he has Blink. He can always blink back to his High Templar. As he's gathering energy for Storm. But Lings, they coming from behind. Trying to catch the Blink. It does force a recall. A very nice movement here out of Lambo. Avoids the stasis. Here come the Banelings. Lambo, who's about to max out. Have a nice stasis though. Ooh, denying the Banelings. Very nice. Okay. Again, caught all the Hydras. And we still have a Storm left over. I believe it's just going to be the one though. And despite all those storms, High Templar, they're exposed. Lambo is still pushing in. Lambo, he still has momentum. Okay, that was maybe the best fight that Astrea could have hoped for. But he's still on the back foot. Lambo's still moving in. Oh, the Templar! Yeah, Templar get caught out. Massive connections. And now there is 0 High Templar, 0 Storms. Just a Gateway Army, and this base is going to be broken. The base will be broken. Bailey's a bust into the mineral line. GG, well played. And Lambo will take the series 3-1. Advancing on into the group stage of Maestros of the game. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here as Lambo. He does claim the series. Does claim the game here again. Unfortunately, Astrea, he didn't have a bad start, getting a couple of worker kills with his adepts, but again, he got caught out in the open with all of his winged stalkers. Oh, sorry, with his regular stalkers. I want to say that was, what, like 7 stalker kills. He lost a little momentum. Because all those stalkers went down, that's why Lambo could freely drone up to 84. Was it like 81 to 84 drones? But he droned up very, very heavily. Again, because he knew that he had map control, because he knew he was safe, because Astrea had lost so much. It meant that he couldn't really pressure. Couldn't force out units early on, couldn't stop Lambo from droning. Once he droned up, then it was just an uphill battle there for Astrea. Again, Astrea, he maybe had the best fight he could have hoped for. He Stasis trapped the Hydras, he stormed the Bailings. It was the best fight he could have hoped for. Still wasn't enough. Still was not enough. In the end, he was still overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Lambo. And with that, we have our confirmed players making it through into the group stage. Man, from the top, we had SHIN. We had SHIN taking down Creator 3-2 in a best of 5, went all the way to the ace match. We had Trigger looking very strong against Gabe earlier, taking him down 3-0. Some of the games, though, was still very close, still very, very close, very clutch. I'm still thinking of game 2 on Gressman, but in the end, did go the way of Trigger. Third series was Bunny versus Skillus. Bunny made it through over Skillus with just almost non-stop 2-base all-ins. Hyper aggression at a Bunny. Bunny. And at game number 4, we had Lambo over Astrea. Lambo looking very, very solid, very safe. Astrea just trying out some different builds, some different follow-ups, but last could not quite break through the defenses of Lambo. GG. And this was day 2. We just wrapped up with day 2, the finale of the preliminary stage. Just quickly switching over here, you can see day 1. This was yesterday. If you did miss out on the games, I do recommend the VODs. We had a Showtime taking down Cham. Cham had a crazy start to the broadcast, by the way. Cham, he started off with a 2-0 lead. It was crazy. He almost took down Showtime. It was insane. But Showtime, he recovered, he stabilized in the series and brought it back. We had Ryung over Gumiho. Again, Ryung has arguably the best TVT in the world. He popped off and did take down Gumiho 3-0. We had Zan versus Spirit, a surprising back and forth between the two of them, and then we had Rogue versus Mana, which Rogue did take in the end 3-1 over Mana. That was also a spicy series. If you missed it, almost non-stop cannon rushes. We had so many cannon rushes in Rogue versus Mana. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. But with that, GG, well played, and I believe we can now catch up on the rest of the tournament. Un momento. One moment here, as I believe the groups will soon be confirmed. One moment. So keep an eye on social medias over the next couple of days, as groups, I would imagine, will soon be confirmed and be sent out. Here we go. Oh, I don't know my filters ready for this. That'll be good enough. Okay, we're good. Bam, beautiful. Okay, here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at back yourselves. The brackets is yet to be fully updated. Hold on. The bracket is up. I mean, it's updated in the sense that we have our preliminary stage already wrapped up, but as you can see down here, we have the group stage, and again, we will be confirming the groups in the next couple of days. I believe the players that just qualified are going to be seeded. They're going to be seeded or maybe even randomized into the groups. As you can see, we have Group A. Group A has Classic and Rainer already lying in wait. Group B has Cyril and Björn. Group C has Solar and Clem, and Group D has Maru and Hero. Oh boy. So again, we have the best of the best players in the world already in the group stage, and they're about to be joined by the qualified players that we just finished casting, that we just finished covering. Now, this is going to be in less than a week. You can see here, September 5th at 3 a.m. KST. Lovely. That's going to be when I'm going to be casting that. That's going to be in just under 4 days. In under 4 days' time, we have Group A, then we have Group B, then Group C, and then Group D thereafter. Let's go! By 3 a.m. gaming. God. It's starting even later than this event. This event was at 2 a.m. start time, so 3 a.m. My sleep schedule is going to be ruined, baby. It's going to be ruined. So that's going to be our goal here for the week, is to cover as much of Maestros of the game as we can. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, we have still plenty more events to cover as well. As always, we do cast StarCraft on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. So we're also going to be covering, or our next broadcast is going to be Ro24 Monday. That is going to be at 9 p.m. AEST. That's going to be at 8 p.m. KST. That is going to be in around 15 hours. In around 15 or so hours, sorry, 13 or so hours time, we're going to be live with Ro24 Monday. Meanwhile, tomorrow we're going to be live with the StarCraft Evolution League Championship. Some people may have already been watching that earlier. I believe Steadfast was casting that live in English. We are going to be casting that live, or we're going to be casting that via replays tomorrow. That's going to be in just over 24 hours time. We're going to be casting StarCraft Evolution League Championships, the quarterfinals, I believe, or the semis. So that is going to, sorry, yeah, I think the semi-finals? Quarterfinals. We're going to be covering that tomorrow. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Tuesday. We have Pigastar Cup on Wednesday. We have Little League Cup on Wednesday as well. And then starting Thursday is going to be the Maestros of the game. We have the Pondcast. We have more SEL. We have a very, very busy week ahead of us, as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings. We're going to be casting at least once a day, but looking at our schedule, we're going to be casting twice a day, every single day. Non-stop StarCraft. Again, a very, very intense schedule, as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings. We have been trying to take things a little bit slower as of late. We do cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, so if you maybe are tuning in for the first time, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, we have the quantity, we have the numbers, we have all the casts, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Of course, Pappy, of course. A little bit, Pappy, a little bit. But recently, we have been slowing things down a little bit, especially in the off-season. I did want to, like, get some rest. Like, it's been a really intense year, just non-stop, like, major events. That was one of the big criticisms, of course, is that everything was just in one period of time, like RSL, Stars Agora, Home Story Cup, FEL, EWC, DreamHack Dallas. Like, it was all, like, in, like, a month and a half time. Like, it was all just hyper condensed, and StarCraft just has not ended from there. So do look forward to taking things a little bit slower moving forward, maybe after September, like after, like, yeah, these next couple of weeks. I would like to slow things down a little bit, get some rest. I say that, but again, like, we have SSU Safe House around the corner. We have Stellarfest. True. For those who don't know, Stellarfest is an event that's happening in Canada. We still have Cheesedelphia as well. All the StarCrafts. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And again, our next cast should be in around 13 hours time with Ro24 Monday. Meanwhile, here it's almost 7 a.m. It's almost 7 a.m. in the morning. The sun is shining brightly, which means it's time for bed. Or I'm gonna stay up a little bit longer, just so I can, like, ideally wake up just in time for the cast, and I'm not too fatigued. We'll see. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Wikipedia updated. Yo, do we have groups? No shot. Do we have groups confirmed? Un momento. Oh, they're doing it right now. they're doing it as we speak. You can see, bam, look, the groups are being updated. We have SHIN. SHIN is in Group A. Zan is in Group B. Rogue is in Group C, and Showtime is in Group D. They might be doing the drawings live on the French stream. Hold on. So open up the French stream. What's happening, Funko? What's happening? Yes. Okay. So they are constructing the groups live as we speak. I think they just finished. Yeah, I think they just finished. Hold on. Refresh. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. So we have, there we go. we have confirmed groups. Again, shout out to Comeback TV, shout out to the French community. They did just update the groups and we have them ready for you. We have Classic, Rainer, Shin, and Trigger for Group A. That's a very PvZ heavy group. It's going to be an interesting one. Of course, coming into this, Classic and Rainer are the favored players. They are the top 2 seeds of the group, but I can see Shin causing upsets. I can see Trigger causing upsets. Trigger, he has some killer PvP. Specifically his PvP can be pretty intense, so I can see him bringing down Classic. Shin, ZVZ is his forte. I can see Shin taking down Rainer and ZVZ as well. Like, the mirror matchups can go the way of Shin and Trigger. What's the first starting round? Oh, I think they're doing this next. I think I think we will soon have the starting matches as well. Are they doing that on stream? They might be. So we'll see. Likewise, we have several Beyond, Zhao, and Ryung. Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting one here. I have a really hard time judging Zhao's skill level just because he has some really high highs, but maybe not the most consistent player at the moment. I think partly just because he's less active. He's not as active as some of the others, as someone like Beyond, someone like Shin, someone like Hero and Classic, for example. So yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one. I think I'm leaning more towards Cyril and Beyond, but I can see Zhan bringing down Beyond, for example. I mean, Zhan, he's taken it to Cyril in the past, not too long ago in Stars Zagora, if you recall. Best of luck. Ryangja, always favor him in TBT, always. Can it carry him through the group? That I'm not so sure about. In Group C, we got Solar, Clem, Rogue, and Lambo. Jesus, that's a lot of Zerg. That's a lot of Zerg in Group C here. We couldn't have spread them out a little bit, Bap. Yeah. I think Clem is going to have a very fun time. I think Clem is going to be looking very solid here. I do know that Rogue infamously did take some maps and even I think a series off of Clem. Not in the most recent Stars Zagora, but last year. Last year's Stars Zagora with like the late game mass Overseer style. Mass Overseer with mass like Night Display, of course, but that was also the first time that he had really revealed that style, which is one of the reasons why Clem had such a hard time against it. But we have seen Rogue do that in more recent times, and because players have had more time to study, to analyze, to respond, to react, to mentally prepare for that sort of style, Clem is looking much stronger against that. So I do lean more towards Clem here than the other Zerg players. So best of luck. When it comes to ZVZ, that's going to be wild. Rogue honestly has really fun ZVZ. He has really fun ZVZ, really chaotic, really intense. I can see either Solar or Rogue making it through. Maybe I might lean towards Rogue a little bit in ZVZ, but I know that Solar obviously has some of the best ZVZ in the world, right? He was a Cyril Slayer for a while. He almost knocked Cyril out of EWC. They went to the Ace match in the group stage of EWC, if you recall. If you remember, we were talking about it when we were casting EWC, but I would have said that Solar had the best chance to beat Cyril in the finals if they played, but Solar didn't make it to the finals because he got knocked down by Classic, if you recall. Like, Classic did beat Solar in the semis, and we never had that Cyril Solar rematch sort of thing. So yeah, the ZVZs can be quite wild. Best of luck to Lambo. I feel like Lambo is going to be a little bit, he's definitely going to be challenged in Group C. Best of luck. Group D, we have Maru, Hero, Showtime, and Bunny. Oh boy. Maru, he's still, in my mind, he's still looking a little bit rough around the edges. He has been doing nothing but all-ins in TVP. He plays more standard against other Terran players. He has actually been playing some mech in TVT as well. That's going to be interesting. I lean towards Maru and Hero here, but Showtime has been improving a lot. We've been seeing Showtime beat players like Max Packs and Classic and PvP as well, so PvP can always kind of be up a little bit more up in the air. Hero also is not the most consistent of players, which is why he's a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to cast, but also can sometimes, you know, have some less than ideal results as a result of that. But yeah, best of luck. Best of luck. Mario Hero, Showtime, and Bunny. Which group am I looking forward to the most? Do you think, I was thinking about this earlier actually, for Reina versus Shin. Do you think Reina would play Protoss? I feel like he's been, I don't know how often he's been avoiding ZVZ. I think he's quite confident in his ZVZ nowadays. But he might play Protoss against Shin. That might be a PV, like just a pure Protoss versus Shin group. I don't know. I know that Reina, he's been lost in the Rift recently. He's been playing a lot of League of Legends. Know that much. I just finished. There you go. There you go. Thanks for letting us know. Yo, shout out to Sinisho in the chat as well. But with that, we are wrapping up. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here. So thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And again, the rest of this event, or the group stage at least, is going to be played out this week in 4 days' time. We should be there to cover it here on the CranKy Ducklings as well. It's going to be at a rough time at 3 AM in the morning, but we'll do our best to bring you as much of it as we can, alongside the rest of our scheduled broadcasts as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao. Papi, ciao. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Hasta luego.